Bolmasky Dog with the 8-month tier 1 sub. 8 months.
Blur, blur. Alright, it's a little bit early. Blah, 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 blah. It's a little bit early. I still don't have everything plugged in and at the ready. Plus, I can see this thing isn't, like, properly cleaned. Alright. What's everyone been saying? Alright, so Joe Cat got the first. Furry Cures was absolutely taken by surprise. You think the first red eye is yours for the taking, and then boom. J-Cat pounces from the darkness, takes it and hides in the shadows. I'm just right now trying to, like, clean the leap motion camera right now. Chase with, oh my... Ryder! Ryder, were you trying to scare me? Were you trying to scare me? Also, have my tits just been bouncing this entire time? Hang on, let me stop that. Did you try to scare me, Ryder, with the thunder and the lightning? Because I'm gonna be real with you, I could, like, barely hear it through my own headphones. Because I unfortunately have, like, 4 different sources now playing. Oh, so many things playing at the same time. Alright, hi. Hello, everyone. Welcome to tonight's stream. Happy Friday for some of the Australians. And I hope we are all having a really good start to the morning, the afternoon, the evening, or the night. So yeah, I'ma be real. There's, like, so many noises going off in my headphones right now. There's the music, which is, like, you know, that's the normal thingy-majiggy. But then there's also the whatsamahoozy, the game audio is going off right now because, you know, I have to get all that kind of set up before I, you know, present it to all of yous. All right, so who have we got in the thingy-majiggy? So JCat got in first. They've been able to do that 10 times now, which is really awesome. I need to do like an update to the thingy-majiggy to like make it, you know, have a little more bombastic fanfare and shit. Because so far it's just like dirt dirt do 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 or something or rather like that. So I want to try and make it something cooler than that. We got Bone Mastic Dog in here. Furry Cures is in here. Chase is in here. Chase with glasses is canon and not canon. Well, which is it? Is it canon or is it not canon? I would like to know.
Furry Cures 1221 thinks you should do 20 squats.
Put it on the hair. Oh yeah, the hair. I'll put on the hair. I'll do my 20 squats. Actually, can I do like multiple thingy-majiggies at the same time? Not real. All right. There's my hair, and then let's do the 20 squats real quick because. All right, big stretch. Big stretch for the big boy. Big stretch for the big boy. You'll be making a furry doujinshi, because why not? This is the Sora anime protagonist hair. You are absolutely correct. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Thank you for the 20 squats. Thank you for the 20 squats, Furry Cures. I greatly appreciate it. Alrighty, so housekeeping needs to be done in order. And I'm also out of breath. Damn. So yeah, furry hair at the ready. One of the other things I need to do, however, is get my drink ready. I am out of beers, and I don't exactly want to keep buying more beers for this game. So, what I've done... Damn it, still need to breathe. Already out of breath. I am a very unfit zebra, IRL. There we go. Wait, why is my head, like, frozen? Fix it. There we go. So, yeah. So, I owe some, like, I ran out of beer last week, or Monday, and... As Furry Cures may have mentioned in the Discord or just recently here, is I need to make up like 5 sips to the game and such, because they made mentions of darkness or getting insulted, yada yada. So I need to get together. I got some Captain Morgan spiced rum. Hashtag not sponsored at all. Oh, I'm just an alcoholic. Alrighty. The portions I've been told for rum and cokes is like 2 to 1 or something. Alrighty, so I think it's like... Actually, no, hang on a second. Do I want to get a measuring cup? Nah. I'm gonna just eyeball this. Alright, yep. You spot them and you mention them to me? Yeah, and you're actually really helpful with that one, because sometimes I do catch on the obvious ones, like when someone mentions darkness here and there, or a title drop. Other times I've missed the darkness thingy-majiggy, because I'm just not paying attention. Real himbo energies in this stream. Anywhoosies, time to get the pièce de résistance. The Coke. Open, damn you. Hell yeah, listen to that fizz. Hell yeah, 2023. Alrighty, here we go. And then... Alright, I think I got the right amount of Coke to rum. Alrighty, so I owe like 5 sips. That's like what, 2 gulps? I'll just do like, I'll do them in sips. Alright, here we go. Where's my buttons? There's my buttons. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alrighty. Now I'm gonna put you to the side. And then controllers here. And then I need to like set up some thingy-majiggies. Activate this. You know what? I think I'm gonna move on over to the main Gammon stream. Also, why is the music like extra loud sometimes? Any whoosies. So yeah, so we are going through more of Final Fantasy. Sorry, not Final Fantasy. I keep saying Final Fantasy. That's not the correct name. We are going through more of Kingdom Hearts 3. I've already had to go through like 8 of these games already, and now we're getting to like the big one. Excuse me. There are some rules, however, while I go and play this Kingdom Hearts game. For those of you who do not know, these are the rules. Any mention of darkness or Keyblade, take a sip. If I acquire a new Keyblade, take a sip. If Donald or Goofy insult Sora, take a sip. If there is the mention of ingredients or a lucky emblem, take a sip. If there is a title drop, like, you know, seeing thingy-majiggy in a world, or maybe a mention of a previous title, for example, if someone says Birth by Sleep, or Chain of Memories, or Recoded, or I already said Chain of Memories, didn't I? Anywho's, any of those kinds of things, take a sip. If someone says, may your heart be your guiding key, take a sip. Or anytime Sora is forced to smile. Not naturally smile, but when he does like that, you know, like he's like forcing himself to smile kind of thing. And as always, if there is a rule you would like to add into the game, it's going to cost you 5 gifted subs before I add it in. Now then. Where the fuck am I doing?
I think that's a lucky emblem.
That is way too quick. God effing damn it. Where's... Oh, there's the lucky... I see it in the top right there.
Let's
Alrighty.
see.
Do I have to, like...
Nice.
There we go. Lucky emblem.
Nice picture, Sora.
Am I gonna do Melody of Memory? Nah. Hate to break it to you, but I'm not interested in some, like, silly rhythm game. Even with all the commentary about the lore. Like, if it's really that important, would they have really put it into a thingy-majiggy? Into like a side game? Alright, what do I have to do? Stay by the falls to beat the tropical heat. Oh yeah, so I have to do that one. Oh, I can do the Wheel of Fate. Let's see, Damascus, Wellspring, and Soothing. Yep, let's upgrade this nonsense as much as we can. I have a lot of Wellspring and Soothing, amazingly enough. Alright, so that's wanting Wellspring Crystal, which I don't have. This was apparently like the best magic Keyblade, apparently. And meanwhile, I'm continually using Favorite Deputy, because I absolutely enjoy that. So I need more Wellspring Crystal for that one. I don't want to, like, waste my thingy-majiggies on getting that. Astrolabe, Heartless Mole Mobs. I've done Save the Queen, and I want to work on getting the Save the King done. Hi there, Caffeine Bunny! Welcome to the stream. Yeah, caught us just as we're about to start. Ah, Cosmic Chain. That requires Orichalcum and Withering. Okay. Let's have a look. Anything worth selling? You know what? Let's get rid of this chocolate mousse. And then if we wanted to, we could sell those if we want, but I'd rather not. Get rid of the fire bangles. I don't want, like, you know, double up on that nonsense. And... Moon Amulet is always good. I got a shit ton of veal. Alright. Soothing Stone, shards. Okay, so I might not be able to get crystals then. Alright, so what are they expecting me to do?
Are you ready to
Furry
begin
Cures
the shooter?
1221 paid me to say cutie cutie cutie.
You are absolutely incorrect. I am not a cutie, but Baymax is. Look at that. Baymax is a cutie. All right, where in the F am I talking to this guy?
Shout when you're ready, Sora.
Yes, we are heading into the city. We got to do some fun. Aw, 5%. You used to get it a lot higher than that. Alright, actually, you know what I do want to know?
Whoa!
Yep, still totally impossible for me to be cute. Absolutely incapable of it.
Whoa!
Hi there, Chimera. Alright, so we're here.
Go through the rings and head for the goal. Okay.
Sounds good.
I'm here to help you out remotely.
While the AR allows you to see, pass through these rings and defeat the enemies to gather their valuable data. Follow the purple indicator and reach the star. Good himbo rating, though. Nice work. Also, lovely to see that caffeine bun is 73%. Alright, here we go.
Right in front of you. Head toward the
Oh, can I just...
indicator on your
Yeah, I
AR
can just
device.
run. Okay, cool.
Try and stay on course. If you start to veer off, you'll know. I put up a virtual boundary.
Oh, it's one of those. Where do they want me to go? Oh, there we go.
Back off!
Head toward the indicator on your AR device.
Alright, and then... Oh, to pass to the other rail, Okay, cool.
Jump side to side and go through the ring. You got this.
I hope there isn't like a high score function to this thing, because I'm probably going to be a little bit annoyed if I have to. Okay, so I do want the bigger rings. And then... Am I supposed to get to like a specific count? Alright, here we go. Whoop. Oh, there we go. And we have it. What is happening?
Okay. I But you can handle it. Just improvise.
Like, do I need to get to a specific score, or am I just, you know...
Climb up the side of that building. And watch out for enemy fire.
Don't you just love chemistry?
Not one bit.
Sora, time to fly. Go full superhero.
Oh, I forgot that's the thingy-majiggy.
You are near the goal.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Please don't have a high score functionality to it. Wait, what? Okay, why can't I... What? Jump? Okay, cool. Oh, that better not be like a thing I need to do for like a high score or something. They're not gonna be like, oh, to get the secret ending, you must complete this course with at least a high score of X amount. I would rather not, thank you. Excuse me, those. I should have grabbed that?
Interesting. Gravity, not binding.
It's just anime pro tag. It's no big deal. Oh, he's doing a lot cooler stuff with the Keyblades than I was.
My laser hands can be projectiles. Ha!
No, there was no point of that. At no point was there ever an idea that your laser hands could be projectiles, but you do you.
Ooh. Change the weapon, change the attack.
Dun, 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 dun. I don't know, like... I understand, like, the whole, you know, appeal of Kingdom Hearts is, you know, the fact you get to go through, like, all these different,
And ice. Diametrically opposed. Or so we thought!
I understand, like, the point of, like, Kingdom Hearts was like, oh, you get to visit all these Disney-esque worlds, but it's like, nothing really promotes, like, the story through the second act. We're just sort of, like... jumping from one world to the next after Kingdom Hearts 2 and 3.
Yeah, Hero. I think there's a way to
Like, we're just going through these worlds. They're not like some important thing for... We're not learning any new lessons. There's no, like, importance to it. It's just, oh, hey, you remember this world, right? You remember the movie. Yes, I remember Big Hero 6. I remember Frozen. I remember having to do the karaoke, so then that way I wouldn't get in trouble by Twitch and their DMCA. Plasma encounter. Yep, cool, awesome. Probably not going to use that thing because, you know, it wants me to have, like, a full focus and a full MP. Not happening. Update under construction. Wait, this isn't even Big Hero 6 music. This is just generic Kingdom Hearts music. At least in all the other worlds we had, like, there was a unique music. In this one, we're just, you know, listening to the music we get from, like... I'm trying to like... Hercules, I want to say?
That should do it.
We interrupt your scheduled program to deliver this breaking news. Moments ago, the city...
That's the Olympus? Okay, cool. So I wasn't going crazy. I wasn't like, you know, misinterpreting the beeps and the boops. I knew exactly where the beeps and the boops were coming from.
Floating heart symbols in the vicinity of the missing victims. City police are urging citizens to stay at home. For those just joining us, only minutes ago, the South District was attacked by...
We are way too intelligent and listen to the news for our information.
Yes.
Alrighty, talk to Hero when ready. Cool. Yes, Hero, talk to us.
Sora, you ready?
Yes. I don't know why, like, why are we, like, regularly going back to the garage? Like, could have, like, you know, popped back out in the whatsamahoozies.
Oh!
Sora, above you. I'm picking up some kind of threat.
Is that Pete?
Okay, I'll check it out.
I'll figure it out.
Watch out for those enemies on the building.
Back off! It's over! Like this!
Yay, easy enough to do. Yeah. Alright, give me the whatever's in this chest, which is most likely a map. Yep, it's a map. Lord knows I need it when in the city. I can barely find myself around a lot of places unless I have 2 hands and a map. Okay, I almost thought for a second that, you know, Baymax was just T-posing on me to traverse. He wasn't, like, you know, doing a cool pose. Alright. So. Oh, hang on. I need to... There we go. No, that's not what I wanted happening. There we go. I still have not mastered the whole, like, you know, traversing up a wall thing. There we go. Oh. Yoink. Alright.
Take this!
Ding dong. Alright, and then jump onto this thing. Because I think I was meant to be, yep, up here. 3, 2, 1. Oh, it's a mechanical bull this time. Normally they're just like normal looking bulls in Olympus, but these ones are mechanical. Oh wait, I can just turn on the magic carousel. Make this easier for myself. Easy as pie. Hero couldn't give his team outside the garage without his gizmo and tools now, would he? I guess so, but, like, you know, it would have been nice just to get through the montage, like, you know, the one time or something or rather, but in the cinematic, you know, just go back outside rather than, you know, keeping us here. There we are. Yeah! Next one. And something called damage control for Goofy. Should be good.
Piece of cake.
Should be nice.
Wait, Sora.
Huh?
Something big's coming your way.
Is it a... No, oh, it's a dinosaur! I thought it was going to be a kaiju, but, you know, dinosaurs are okay. Dinosaurs are cool. This one has lava.
I'll take
At least I'm assuming it's lava because of, like, the red ports. Dun, 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 dun.
Back off! Here we go!
There we go.
Here we go!
Hopefully the blizzard is actually effective against this guy, whatever he is.
Take this! Back off!
More damage onto him. Imagine Godzilla in Kingdom Hearts? Oh, that would be absolutely fantastic. Even if it was just like a Mecha Godzilla or something. Oh, I have like no focus whatsoever now. I best be quick.
Take this!
No! I was gonna use my finisher on him.
And the target's moved up onto one of the buildings. Gotta go after it.
Which building?
There!
Not that. Kind of needed...
Come on!
Excellent. Good to know, because this seems like a pretty big sort of city.
Yeah! Take this! Back off!
Kick. Targeting.
See ya!
Okay. Where is he? Hopefully he's somewhere nearby. Hey, look, a horse. Oh, there he is. Hopefully I am able to like get it just onto the tower. Yeah! Did it! I got it onto the tower. Oh, this is gonna be so stupid. Oh, this is a terrible Splash Mountain. I hope this works. Alright, oh. Go. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I have like no MP. Hey, I was able to also get like an upgraded like fire, so that's gonna be good as well. Sorry, just rubbing my eyes real quick.
Try and catch me.
Oh, is she gonna do like the anti-gravity thingy-majiggy? Oh, look at that. She does the anti-gravity thingy-majiggy. Is that because of magnets, though? Or is that because Hero just has some, you know, fucking some other kind of wizardry involved now? Okay, his is cool. But doesn't he have like a technically like, you know,
Hey!
perfect blade or something?
I can't aim if I can't see! Huh?
Oh. Okay, I thought it was gonna do like an explosion, like she just threw like, you know, like she threw like really light flour or something like that and then was gonna make a fire. But that's cooler. Fire!
What? Oh, I get it.
Fire, then freeze. The voice is Cyborg from Teen Titans. Wait, you mean for what's his name? Wasabi.
Huh? What? Now we fist bump. fist bump?
To
Come on,
display excitement.
let's do it. Let's do it. Fist
Hero
bump.
taught it to me.
So, like, this?
Bung. Fa la 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 la.
Ba la 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 la.
Ah, the Minotaur.
Get ready. Another one.
We're here.
Slightly different. Okay, hopefully all.
Can't we pick on one our own size?
It looks the right size to me.
Watch me scorch them with my freeze NATO! The only tornado made of ice and fire.
You took on the wrong competition.
And the wrong captain of the guard.
Prepare to face
I completely-
Keyblade Hero 3.
I completely forgot they were like, you know, court magician and captain of the guard.
Of Big Hero 6. Together, we're unstoppable.
Hey, that's some horny talk right there, Furry Cures. Trying to hit us with a "that's what she said." Wait, are we not even gonna be part of this fight? Like, what gives? Oh, we have to get like a little
Was
moment
that
of.
awesome? Or was that totally awesome? Aha! Jumping!
Yeah, I was pretty good.
Seriously, they
Your
just
magic
jump
is
cut that?
amazing. Do you think I could study it sometime?
Why not?
You just made Donald's day.
Where's us? Where's our duo? Oh, they're up there.
My brother wanted to help people. Now we try
I'm gonna get another drink. Hang on a second. I'm gonna
Your
take another
brother?
sip.
Yeah, Tadashi. There was a fire and now he's gone.
Correction, there was an
But he always wanted to
explosion.
make a difference. He
There was a
cared about
fire
people.
and then an
That's why he
explosion.
worked so hard to create
And
Baymax.
I'm sorry.
He's still here. In Baymax. In all of us.
oh, look at Baymax with his little
Tadashi.
stubby feet. He's just like
He lives on in your hearts.
Huh? Yeah. Right. He will always be a part of us.
it was a fire nonetheless. Yeah, but in Borderlands, fire and explosion are separate elements.
And
You
when you're
gotta
not strong
you
enough,
gotta remember this kind of
He'll
stuff.
make up the difference.
Might come in later. Might come in handy later. Oh my goodness, we're having a fucking member berries about, you know, Roxas and the duos, or not the duos, the trio from Twilight Town.
Yeah, fine.
Oh, so what's with my headset? Like, oh, there's like a crack down the middle. At some point, this headset's gonna break.
I'm with you.
They have names? Yeah, Hero and Go-Go and Baymax. I know their names. Or, oh no, you're talking about the Twilight peeps. Yeah, I forgot their names, but that's okay. Roxas did too.
What?
Data!
Great, they're back.
Oh, we got this.
Time for a lesson.
Charge!
I thought he was gonna say Cheezard.
Wait! Guys! That one's not like the others!
Hainer, Pence, and Olette. Ah, cool. I was completely wrong. I was never gonna guess those names. I'm gonna be real with you.
Microbots? Huh? You know what they are?
Also, why are the microbots
Well,
flying?
they're different from Heartless.
Microbots are designed to do whatever you think via a neurotransmitter that communicates what you're...
Himbo moments, just,
kind of a mini bot I invented. Some bad stuff happened, and I thought that meant they were totally gone. But those enemies are way too similar. Which means someone's controlling them. The question is, who?
Who knows?
Be... I'm gonna go back to the garage and look into it some more. You mind going after him?
Sure.
Of course.
We need you on the sciencey stuff.
Oh, it could be the what's-a-mahoozy fell. I don't remember the name of the professor, but I know the professor was like the man responsible for stealing his technology and having vengeance on like the entrepreneur man who got his daughter like, you know, in danger and stuck in a weird like time void
Thanks,
thing.
Baymax. We're in good hands. Come on, let's move.
All right.
Hurry, Sora!
Where are we going? Like, I still don't... Like, is there, like, an indicator? Like... This place is way too vast. I have no fucking clue where they're wanting us to go. Hopefully it is this way. Unless there's, like, a convenient... Am I missing, like, a waypoint or something? So there's the North District. Okay, knowing my luck, it's, like, up there or something. Let's go. Meow. And then... jump. I thought I could jump over that thing, but I guess not. Oh, there's a chest here at least, so it's not a total waste. But... Callaghan, thank you. Where the fuck are you wanting me to go? Story. San Francisco. Nope, that doesn't help. Yeah, I understand that this takes place after Big Hero 6, hence why they all have their costumes. And he's, like, talking about the whole microbot thing in, like, past tense and all that, so... Oop. But, like... Alright, so is he there? This better not be a case of, like, I just ran in, like, the totally opposite direction now. Oh my god, is this doing the Dark Souls thing again, where I'm supposed to naturally know where to go? It better not have come down to that. Oh yeah, no, there was, like, a vortex thingy-majiggy.
Nice. Yeah. Back off.
Alright, see, where am I going? Hopefully this is, like, the right way, or whatever.
Sora, I just marked the target. Look for the indicator.
Oh, cool, finally, he found him. Awesome.
The place Hero mentioned. It's over.
Will do once I'm done, you know, fighting all these peaks. There we are. That way I hit like multiple thingy-majiggies. Yeah, like there was a portal and, you know, they were breaking it down and such, so it, you know, turned into like this little thing and couldn't sustain itself. I thought, like, you know, they broke the transmitter, but like the microbots, there was like a shit ton of them. Like a real, like, you know, ocean's worth, so... Oh, cool, this thing.
Get him! Again! That's it! Together! Get him! Again! That's it! Together!
Yay.
Nothing.
Together! Get him! Again! That's it! Together! Baymax, let's go!
There we go.
Certainly.
Yeah. All right, now that we have the waypoint available to us, how was I supposed to interpret that? There better be someone for me to hit. No, there wasn't. Okay. Oh, chest. Oh, chest here too. Open this one. Ooh, I am definitely gonna give Sora the strength boost.
Some ingredients around here.
All right, that's a mention of ingredients. That's a drink. Where is the next chest? There's the next chest. More Damascus. Awesome. Guy in a kabuki mask was attacking. Drills.
Back off! So long!
Targeting.
Yay! Multiple slices. Flare! Hopefully that should get rid of most of the thingamadickies. Yes, it does. Excellent. Yay! I got some new thingamadickie. Alright, also, I need to change from this to the Wheel of Fate, which gives me much better strength and magic. And I'm keeping to my favorite deputy. Donald can keep all his nonsense. Goofy, meanwhile, I am going to give you... Oh, they're all, like, doing defense logic. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna give you Ribbon. Baymax, you're fine as you are. Payback Strike. Press X after a successful aerial recovery. Okay, but what's all the other things do? Some kind of... What's this? Reduces MP cost by 1 with each successive magic cast. Okay, I'm gonna activate that for sure. And... Focus something? You add a special shot lock to your repertoire that costs no focus. You'll absorb focus from the targets you lock onto. Stack the ability. Okay. Hopefully that does something.
Yeah.
Alright, so there's somewhere here. Hey, there's the microbots. But they're like...
Acquired.
They're like weird cubes instead. Ah, they do like a weird heartless looking thing as well. Alright. The fuck is it? Like, I can't lock onto it, so there's that. Oh, it's like the Master Hand. The fuck is this stuff? It makes no sense. Like, am I supposed to be able to electrocute it?
Targeting.
Never mind. Oh, I guess it was expecting me to make like a move against it or something and, you know, not do anything to it.
What do we do? Huh?
Ah, it's running away like a coward. Like an absolute bitch.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. but the target escaped. Have you got any leads?
Tons. Somewhere inside that thing, there is a core. It's what powers the whole cluster. The core is the only way to hurt it.
Now he tells us.
Wasabi, what happened? Let's just say it's a handful. Check it.
I figured they weren't microbots considering they were like the size of Rubik's cubes. The microbots were like a lot smaller. They were like the size of my pinky.
Frustrated. Guys, I'm on my way.
No, Hiro!
Yeah, see? They're like cubes. Microbots were like these weird,
Hero,
tentacle-esque
you really like the dark
things.
cubes.
Wait, did you just say dark cubes?
Yeah, they're dark, they're cubes. I call them like I see them. Every bad baddie needs a cool name.
Yeah, that's
Makes sense. But it's good to see that Frost is relatively effective. Oh, there's multiples of them.
We'll gather as much data from the dark cubes as we can.
Dark cubes. I'm really glad I don't have dark as like the rule of the drinking.
Hero, figure out a way for us to beat this thing. Huh?
But guys, I can't leave you out there all alone.
Sure you can. You've done it plenty of times.
We are a team.
You did it to them like when you wanted revenge on, you know, Professor Callahan, and you like took out Baymax's, you know, healthcare provider chip. You were like really close to being a fucking villain by being like, yes, we're gonna murder Mother Professor.
Ferrikios 1221 paid me to say dark cubes. Part of a complete breakfast.
Hell yeah.
Hero, what should we do?
You protect the others. I'll mark their position for you on your AR display.
Yay, we get to like, you know, have a very hard time with a not escort quest.
Dark cubes are gonna be tricky bust open.
Alright, hopefully it's not going...
Improvise! I know! It's over!
Your safety. Targeting.
Oh, didn't I defeat these things already? Pretty sure I did. High wind! Hopefully this is gonna be a cool, like, thingy-majiggy. Oh, this one might have reach. But, you know what? Fuck it. Teacups. Oh, these snipers better not be an issue. Yep, there we go. There we go. Yeah! So we got stones from you. Alrighty, so there's our first problem. If the Heartless and the Nobodies weren't a problem. Oh, never mind. I used the wrong thing, Imitigi. Alright, fly.
Honey lemon!
Hey, Sora? I think I'm stuck. If you find rescue from my football, together with fire or electricity, it might trigger a chain reaction.
Oh, I have to like...
Let's go!
Never mind then.
Certainly.
I thought I could just hit them normally. Protect the others before it's too late? I didn't think there was like a timer event. Alrighty,
Back off! Back off!
there we go. Okay, cool. So it is just interpretation of like... There we are. And then... Running up. Oops. Get rid of the sniper fellas before they're problematic.
Targeting.
Where's the other one? Ah, there it is. Wait, no, that's not it. Alright, open this chest. Also, I'm not gonna forget the enemy. Oh, there's the, yeah, so those things? Unless, where else am I missing the... Ah, there it is. Alright, go! And that should defeat that. Yeah!
Gracias, Sora! Next time I won't go so easy on them.
Wait, the team... Oh, the team does have health bars! Where's Wasabi then? Because I don't see Wasabi anywhere.
Go! Are you in there?
Sora! I don't know how to stop this thing. I tried slowing it down with my disc.
You see anything big you can smash against it?
What about that big red thing from the studio?
Where is it, is the question. Okay, it was a big thing, so I shouldn't be able to, like, not see it. But where is it? Where is the big round thing? Oh, it's probably, like, up there with,
Gotcha!
Blade Storm! Alright, up we go. Hopefully we're gonna see something useful up there. Yeah, I'll save the easier ones, and then I'll...
Can you hear me? Back off!
There we go. Oh, never mind, that's not it. Oh, wait, no, that was it. Cool.
Thanks for the save, Sora.
I was worried that wasn't gonna be it. Thank you. Just drop down, you'll be fine. There's no fall damage in this game.
You're all right.
Fred, you okay?
I'm getting pulled in too many directions. Bring my arms and legs down by the point. And start to grip.
Whoa! Come on!
Oh no. Targeting. You appear to be experiencing distress.
There we go. And then, oop. Yep, he's free now. Alright, now I just need to find the big red ball thingy-majiggy to rescue,
They need me.
rescue Go-Go.
Glad you're okay, Fred.
Alright, so...
Yeah.
Alright, red thing, where are you? And she's getting further away, which is annoying. Oh boy. He says, "What's that?" but I have no indication what that is he's talking about. I see the health bar. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Well, I know what I have to do. There it is. Yeah, just give me a moment, okay? And besides, knowing our luck, she's gonna, like, you know... There we go. Watch this nonsense as I now, like, roll over to where she is. Oh, wait, hang on. It's gonna be... this way.
Are you ready, Sora?
Just give me a minute. See, she's rolling this way right now. We're gonna be fine. Look at this. And then we're gonna play a game of chicken. There we go. I win. Was that so hard? Thanks. No, it wasn't so hard.
I owe ya.
Oh, you have so little faith in me.
Listen, Sora. The dark cubes have converged on a single location. Whatever's happening can't be good. I'm almost done pinpointing the core. If you need me to help.
If you hadn't told me, would you have done it? Probably not. I would have like been so confused because I'd be looking up in the air for it, honestly. I would not be looking in the ground. Hero's Glove grants a boost in defense and a small boost in fire and dark. Okay, cool. Let me fix my equips then. Is it an accessory or is it something else? Master Metal doesn't do much for me. Ooh, hang on. Something gives me like a lot of... Okay, so Technician gives me that. Alright, no. So it's none of those kinds of things. Is it one of these kinds of... Yes, it is one of those kinds of things. And it gives me a lower defense, and it boosts Fire, Blizzard, and Darkness at least. And it gives me an item boost. I'm gonna give the glove to Baymax, honestly. He could do with a little help. Alrighty. Oh, actually, that reminds me. Items. Nope, wrong direction. Strength boost over into Sora. Tent is... Actually, let's... I'm not really going to use a tent all that often, so might as well. Can't use any of the counter nonsense. I've got 1 point I can apply it into something, which is going to be... Yes! Super Glide fits in.
Hurry, Sora!
I know what I am doing, Goofy. Here we go. Man, I wish there was like a better means of traversal in this large-ass map.
Yeah, take this! Yeah! See ya! Hop on! Whoa! Come on!
There we go. Just use this special just to get them out of the way. And then there we go.
Here we go!
Scratch my nose. Scratch my head.
Okay, there's a lot of them.
What do you suppose they'll do?
I don't think we want to find out.
I say, we destroy this thing!
Hell yeah. That's the Himbo mindset. We're gonna destroy shit.
If we knew where to strike...
Strike cubes.
I got it. I'm sending you an AR software update. It'll show you where the core is. The dark cube's weak point. I'm coming to help.
Huh? That's weird. Is it busted?
Oh, look at that! It's the organization!
Who's that on the display?
That's not the display. He's really here.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
The black coat. He's back?
It's the organization!
What? Wait. That voice.
Hold on. You know this guy?
Is this
And now,
Roxas?
enter the supervillain.
He definitely has the vibe.
Oh, never mind. I thought it was Roxas. Wait. Riku?
But...
Oh, is this Riku like when he was possessed by the...
experiment wasn't already a hassle.
No, this is, the...
Where did you get that?
Hero, do you recognize it?
Yeah.
Not quite ready.
Oh, never mind. I thought it was a card from Chain of Memories, but I guess not.
First chip I made for Baymax. It's full of combat programs.
Wait, you didn't put it in the next time?
Yeah.
Hi, Orene.
How to react.
Does that mean?
Yeah, so so yeah,
heart?
Ansem, like, well, not Ansem the Wise, but Xehanort technically, when he, you know, became Ansem, and then he split them, and then, like, he got split because there was a Heartless Ansem, and then the Zanmis. So the Heartless Ansem possessed Riku at one point, but I thought they were only I thought they only grabbed, like, the Ansem that was, like, you know, post Riku possession. I didn't realize they also grabbed it when he was, like, possessing him or something like that.
Oh no!
Time to get into a fight and deal with, like, you know...
I'll look after my team. You guys fight the Dark Cube. Remember to use the AR device to target the core.
I got it!
Cool. Hopefully the AR, like, you know, view will give me a very straightforward understanding. It's not going to be, like, you know, time and a half trouble. Alright, there we go. Alrighty, and then avoid the fist. I said avoid the fist. Where's the core? Where? Okay, never mind. Not here.
Here we go.
Alright, hopefully this is a good one.
Got him. Back off.
Furry Cures 1221 paid me to say don't get fisted by the giant fist.
I do not plan to. Time to whack some ball. No, he has to be, like, behind the thingy-majiggy, doesn't he? 1, 2, 3. Oh, never mind. I did not do the timing of that correctly.
Targeting. There. Targeting. Yes.
Never mind. Thought I could avoid that correctly. Oh, missed it. How's it going on your side of the day, Orene? Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Also, I saw your TikTok. That was a really cool sort of that was a really cool fursuit to see how it had like all those animatronic like features. That was awesome. I wish I had a fursuit like that, but I do not have the money for such things, I am sorry to say. Yeah! Oh, I got a new armor slot, so I'm definitely gonna put Baymax's gauntlet into that then. You're struggling to cheese a boss well above your level with a 1%. What game are you playing where you have that kind of thing? Is this a Dark Souls-esque game? Or is this like a Destiny raid boss sort of game? Yeah, destroy the data cubes. Hero's Gauntlet. Yeah, Hero. Final Fan. Ah, okay. Never played that Final Fantasy,
Oh,
so
this
I have no
isn't
clue
for
what they're.
you. At least, not until we're done.
Riku, is it you? Why do you look like that?
It's not Riku. It's
Looks are
Ansem.
deceiving, but the heart? You know that it's me.
I know Riku wouldn't do this, not without a good reason.
Again, not Riku.
A reason? When did that ever matter? We've been trying
Also, he's
to one-up
weird
each
for
other
having like
since we
his
were
teeth
kids.
open like that while he talks.
What?
Don't listen to him, Sora.
The coat means he's with Organization 13. And that means he's not really Riku.
Now, is it
Smarter
the Organization
than you look.
13 or is it the real
Defeated
Organization
Ansem and
13?
Xehanort, every last one
Hey,
of
you're able to
them.
finally catch my
But
streams.
still, they
Great to
all
see
came
you,
back anyway,
Zilch.
right?
Welcome
So
back.
maybe this
Been a
Riku
while.
came back too, from the time when Ansem possessed him.
Yeah, from the past.
What? How?
Seriously, do you...
Unlike a certain wizard you know, I had to play by the rules to travel through time, which meant leaving my body behind.
Huh?
Oh.
I know about this.
Back in Birth by Sleep, like he lost possession.
You have a body.
Xehanort's heart left his body in order to voyage back through time. He needed to tell his younger self of the great plans he had in store.
Yep. Okay.
There in the past, his heart stayed and waited out the years until you and I came along.
Yeah.
Xehanort's heart possessed me and became Ansem, the first adversary you faced. The rest of him, the piece he left behind, took the name Xemnas and created the first organization. It was all a part of a larger plan to bring Xehanort into contact with the right hearts. Enough of them to form the real Organization 13.
Oh, this
They could come
convolutedness.
from anywhere. Any when.
Oh, imagine if I had to
Just
take a
as
drink
long
every
as he
time I had to
the
hear the
right
words
vessels at hand to
organization
place their
come in.
hearts in.
Fuck it, I'm taking another sip.
Replicas.
That's right. The replica program was a success. We are as
Was
real
it
as
now?
people.
Then pack up and leave. What are you still doing here?
To see if we can recreate a heart from data.
What?
Sorry. Did we steal your idea? That walking balloon over there has a heart. At least that's the nonsense I'm supposed to believe.
Yeah, it's not coming from
There are
that data
hearts
file
all
in
around
particular.
us. You only have to see them for them to become real.
Where'd you get that? That's my chip. I made it.
Oh, well, I'm sorry about that. But I promise I'll put it right back where I found it.
What do you mean?
I think I'll be getting back to work now.
Wait!
Oh.
We gotta stop him. Guys! Huh?
They are exhausted
You
as
are
fuck.
suffering from acute exhaustion. I recommend rest.
Man,
Yeah.
what video
You're
game
right.
would introduce rest as a
regroup.
mechanic? Except for D&D, Shadowrun, Pathfinder, Warhammer, Cthulhu, Age of Darkness, or most other tabletops.
Come on, guys. What's with all the long faces? Did you forget that we won?
No, you guys
Fred.
didn't.
Not now.
Huh?
You didn't win, Fred. You
His
lost.
name is Riku?
There is a missing piece.
And you know him?
Yeah. Well, I know him.
That one is a fake.
The fake ones with Organization 13, our arch nemesis.
Okay, but how'd he get Hero's chip?
I don't know.
And what did he mean about an experiment?
And what do they want?
He said they're trying to recreate a heart from data. But I don't know what they really want. None of us do. These guys, they show up, and instead of fighting fair and square, they go for the heart and say things to try and get under your skin. They're cowards. And now they're doing it to you, too. It's our fault.
No, this could be good. That chip might finally be able to give me some answers.
You said that you made it, right?
Yeah, this Baymax, he's actually the second model. No offense.
I am a robot. I cannot be offended.
It's a long story, but the
Very
first
long.
Baymax and the chip I made vanished into another dimension along with the microbots. The chip's back. So the first Baymax might be back too.
Hiro.
Those who suffer a loss require support from friends and loved ones.
Oh, what the fuck was that?
What was that? I don't know.
Haha. Haha.
Guys,
let's
come
go.
on!
Oh, it's Pete and Maleficent! Goddamn Pete and his stupid fucking zipper.
What?
Huh?
Why are you snooping around?
That would be none of your concern.
Overstep and darkness will consume you again.
Oh, darkness! He said darkness.
What an interesting thing to say. I shall do anything I please. As should you.
Oh, I intend to.
Who's he? Friend of yours?
Yes, though I could not tell you from when.
What? What do you mean? Did she forget her memory too or something? Hit the little thingy-majiggy. Wait, full health? Yep, there we go, full health. Go into this thingy-majiggy, check the workshop. Yep, items have been left behind. Moogles hand over another hungry gem. And the Betwixt shard has been added into the shop. Excellent. Alright, so not that one. That requires the damn thingy-majiggy. Ah, this one we can upgrade. Yeah! We have fully upgraded the fucking deputy. And we got Blade Master for our efforts. Ooh, we can upgrade this one if we wanted to as well. Ever after. (9/11) Alright, what are, a picture of the evening star and a picture of the fish-shaped wind socks in broad daylight. Alright, so evening star and socks in the daylight. Alrighty, we can make that if we want. I'd rather not waste my resources on that. Ooh, we can make the Buster Bland Plus if we wanted to. Can we create the Cosmic Chain? Nope, because we need Withering Crystals and Orichalcum. Cool. Anything here? Nope. Alright, so we can do Blazing and Frost Crystals. Pulsing and Withering, Mithril, Soothing. Alright. What do we need for Lucid? Oh, we need a lot of Lucid Gems is what. In Birth by Sleep, she somehow knew what the Keyblade was in the Seven Hearts of Darkness. That was... I don't recall. Collection goals. Alright, so we got 55 so far. We need another 3, which will come from... It would be nice if this thing, like, had a 0 beside some of the items I was missing. Alright, is this thing wanting me to go outside again?
Okay, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready to battle the Dark Cubes again. She knows of the time travel. Oh. Wait, she didn't give this indication in Birth by Sleep at all. Like, she knew about the Keyblades and shit, but I didn't think she knew about time travel nonsense. Hey, it's broad daylight. Can I, like, ignore the
Hope it's learned some
dark
new tricks.
cubes and just look for the sock puppets?
All of us.
That's right.
Freddy want to destroy.
Our probability of success is...
You don't have to crunch the numbers, Baymax. It's not the sum of our parts. It's the sum of our hearts.
Yeah.
Oh, that... that kind of hurt
Which
to listen
adds
to.
up to what? Show me.
Oop. Did he just break it? Yeah, he just destroyed it.
Almost there.
What?
This pile of junk collected the data we needed. The terror of being attacked without warning. The despair of having no place to run. The longing for vengeance.
A heart's more than that.
It's working together.
Smiling at something funny.
Trusting friends.
In every heart, there's hope.
Yes.
You're right.
Huh?
That's why I made sure our creation fought you. Now the data contains a complete heart.
A heart made from conflict? That can't be real.
What was it you said? I only have to see it for it to become real. So, let's see it.
Oh, is he gonna make it do the thing? Oh, no, never mind. He opens a portal to someplace.
First, we need a vessel.
Looks a lot angrier.
What's going on?
Another dark cube form?
Doesn't look as bad as the last one.
It could be a trick.
Usually is.
We can stop it!
Yeah.
Wait, did they just get...
Wait! That's Baymax.
Is that the Mark 1 Baymax they got? Because they went into, like, another dimension?
No way.
Hi there, Code. Welcome to the stream. Ah, it's not exactly. They've just made it based off of, like, the machines and shit, I guess.
Baymax.
Don't bother. This puppet has lost his heart. He won't wake up.
None of this is canon. This is fucking Kingdom
Baymax
Hearts
is
nonsense.
like my family. Please, give me
Like,
back my friend.
He's just like this random Baymax that was created. He's not
I
like
did
the
promise
original
I'd
or
put
something.
This back where I found it.
Never mind. Ah. Alright, I guess we're
But
fighting
there's
Baymax.
one piece missing. Sora, you're the one who's going to complete this heart.
Why the fuck do people think that Sora is
Yeah,
just the key to everything?
You can't have a heart without sadness, without loss. You see, you're going to destroy Hero's friend right in front of him.
Wait!
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh no. It was confirmed by the crit. Okay, fair. Oh, look at that. It's big. But my goodness, this. All this stuff going off in Act 2,
Hero,
I'm just not
tell
really
us,
paying attention
what
to
should we
and
do?
don't really care. I feel like that's just the most common thing I'm experiencing every time I go through these Kingdom Hearts games now, is all the, like, you know, the acts of going into the different worlds and such. I'm like, I could really not care. Like, I could not, you know, feel heavily invested into these. Like, if I wanted to get the feels... See what?
He has to be stopped.
If I want to get invested in the worlds, I will just watch the movies that they're based on.
You can leave this guy to us.
Like, if I want to get into Big Hero 6, I'll watch Big Hero 6. If I want to get into Frozen, I will watch Frozen 2. Because I haven't seen Frozen 2, I've only seen the first one. I think I might need to see the second one at some point.
Oh no!
Wait, what letter?
Take Baymax.
Okay. Baymax!
Ah!
I'm ready, Sora.
Let's go. I wanted to, like, take a picture of the puppet things. Yep, I can just shoot things. It's like gummy ships. Oh wow, it is very much like gummy ships. Hopefully it gets, like, worthwhile hits for doing that. Hopefully that does, like, some worthwhile hits. Like the whole hitting him back thing. Otherwise, this is going to be a very annoying long, like, sort of travel. Especially since I can't see him right now. Oh my god, he's got like 5 more health bars to go as well. This is going to take a while. Alright, he's got 4 more health bars. Next thingy-madoog.
What?
Oh, he's like the one-winged angel, Sephiroth.
Hello, I am Baymax, and I am ribbed for your pleasure. Wait, wrong ship.
Code, how dare you say such a thing?
We'll stop him together.
How dare you use the TTS for something so lewd? How dare you? And after I was considering giving you Ultimate Chicken Horse. I'm still gonna give you a license key to Ultimate Chicken Horse, but how dare you? Full speed ahead as we, like, start punching him, like, repetitiously. Nope, not funny. Not funny at all. Ultimate Chicken Horse. It's like, I don't know a lot of people who have the game, and I got like a Humble Bundle pack that had, like, you know, 3 more copies and such, and I need to give it to some peeps, and I want to be like, right, we're gonna be playing this game. You gotta get from point A to point B and not deal with obstacles that other players put in your way. It's great. You'll love it.
Guys. Hero.
He's gonna feel absolutely distraught by the fact that we defeated evil Betamax.
So, did we stop him?
Safety mode kicks in if he's put under too much stress. So, he's probably just in stasis. We'll have to destroy the chip if we want to be certain.
But... are you sure?
Yeah, dude. You don't need to go that far.
Maybe we can find another way.
Mm-mm. It's the right thing to do.
I am not following any of this. It's just stuff right now.
Tadashi would have done the same thing.
Would he?
But Hero, isn't that Baymax's heart?
That's okay. Baymax is here. I should be the one.
Have I? No, I've seen Big Hero 6. I've seen Big Hero 6 and, like, you know, like the whole, like, thing with Takashi dying from a fiery explosion, his professor being, you know, the one who stole their technology and such, how Hero nearly fucking, like, you know, decimated him and nearly killed him, becoming, like, a child murderer.
Thanks.
What? Do you think I could take one of them with me?
No.
Come on.
No.
No, it's Takashi. No, it's Takashi, I thought.
He's my personal healthcare companion.
Takashi, Big Hero 6. Oh, it is Tadashi. Cue title sequence! That's a drink. That's empty. I need to refill it. I'm going through some rum and cokes right now. Give me a moment as I now put in a little bit more. A little more rum. Yeah, that should be a good amount of rum to put in this glass. Because they say, like, the portion is, like, a 2-to-1. But I think I might go for, like, more like a 1.7 to 1. That should be good. Yeah, the bottle is, like, really wet because of perspiration. I took it out of, like, the fridge almost instantly. Alrighty, then. Another sip, because we got a new Keyblade. Next. Tadashi. There's 2 big heroes! You have unlocked a new Flash Racer course. Talk to your friends in the city to test your skills. Alrighty, I need to get the 2 thingy-majiggies. Visit during the day. I need to get the whatsamahoozy. I need to get the photo of the fish. I'm pretty sure they said, like, the thingy-majiggies on, like, Main Street or something. I'm hoping they're talking about, like, the massive fucking, like... I hope they're talking about, like, the massive fish over... Where's the big fish? Let me find the big fish. Those big fishies. Alrighty, hang on a second. I'll... Oop.
Yeah.
Nope. Yeah, those are fish. Fish. Fish!
Let's see.
Yay! Fish! Alright, is there a Mickey Mouse symbol somewhere? Meow. Well, just crashing into a person.
Did you see it?
Huh? I think I see it. Wait, no, hang on, I don't see it. Oh, there's a treasure thingy-majiggy there. Hang on. Yep. There's a treasure thingy-majiggy there. Oh, someone did a quack.
Did you see it?
No, I did not. Alright, here we go. Chest. Buster Band! Cool. Alright.
Hope we find some ingredients around here.
Oh my goodness. Okay, take a drink because of ingredients mentioning. What the f- Just let me hit things. Hang on, let me just take it. Fish. Oh, jump. Can I just use the save thingy-majiggy to get to nighttime then? Select area. Southern District at night. There we go. The lucky emblem? No, I did not see the lucky emblem. I'm gonna be real. That, like, completely, like, did not cross my mind at all. Alright, I need to find the evening... I need to find the evening star. Alright, I'm gonna climb up the top of this building. Fish. Heartless.
So long. Yeah.
Oh, is that... No, wait, hang on. That's the moon. That's not a... Yeah, that's the moon. That's not the evening star. Ooh, is that the evening star? Yep, that's the evening star. There we go. Alrighty, now then. Oop. Hi, Miss Sonic. Welcome to the stream. Hello there. Oop, and then jump. Jump. Alright, dash there. Running up. Oh, there's a big chest over there. Oop.
Did you see it? Did you
I
see
didn't
it?
see it. Oh, cookie for Jason.
Did you see it?
Hang on. Oop, hang on. This is probably gonna... Oh, there it is! I see it! There it is!
Hello!
Hello! Welcome to the stream, Jason. Hopefully you're going okay. Happy birthday for yesterday? Was yesterday your birthday?
Furrycures 1221 paid me to say you just passed a lucky emblem that was clear as day.
Okay, if you're talking about... I got that one. I got the one that's on the fan. On a sign. Fee! Oh wait, no, that doesn't say fish. That says tech.
Don't go any farther.
I thought that said fish for a second, but it says tech. I thought it was like electrifish, not
Yeah,
electric.
it was yesterday.
Yay! I was correct. It was yesterday. Alrighty. Meow. Alright, now to keep an eye out for another one. Oop. Skipping all... Oh wait, maybe not skip all this.
Back off! Back off!
Oh no.
Targeting. Here we go.
Oop, and I accidentally hit high wind as well. Yeah, I would actually, yeah, I would appreciate like not too many hints and such like that. Jason or Code, could you please like make a message and pin it of like, oh hey, like would appreciate no spoilers both lore or mechanically while playing this game. Yep, I already grabbed the chest that was at like the top of that thing in a diggy. What's up with this thing in a duke? Oop, more adversaries. Hopefully there's like a cool like material from these guys, because I've got like 55 or 56 different like, you know, items from across here, so I don't want to like, and I think like 2 of them are like, you know, a time thingy-majiggy. Yes, thank you, Urine. Let me have my fun. Let the himbo have his fun of, you know, making mistakes and solving puzzles on the first go and all that. I've not yet met a puzzle during my stream, so I've absolutely effed that up. Maybe I need to go for puzzle games more often.
Did you see it?
Did you see it?
There.
Yeah. Pop, 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 pop. Explosions.
Come on.
Splash Mountain. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. The king-ass Ripper meme? The what meme? Never heard of it. I don't know what meme you're talking about. You're gonna need to drop that into the memes channel, Furry Cures, by the by, to like give me more context about this meme. Alrighty, is there a thingy-majiggy up on here? Hopefully so. Nope. 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 An emblem!
Let's see.
Got it.
Let's see.
Got it! The fart meme. Oh. Oh, the did you see it thing. Okay. Because apparently there's like other videos where he said, did you see it? So.
I'll help you find the next one.
Sure you will. I love how there was a moment where I just had the pinned message of Jesus Christ, and then finally the next pinned message of the actual, like, thingy-majiggy to pin. Alrighty, let's have a look. Anything cool around here? Gotta do that cinematic pan. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Did I summon the mermaid? No, I have not summoned the mermaid yet. I got Lilo and Stitch, though. I recently got that thingy-majiggy. Alrighty, this ways. Jump.
Take this.
Hell yeah. Oh wait, what am I doing? I could like summon the thingy-majiggy for you, can't I?
Now Assassin's Creed jump.
Where is... Oh, I can't do links yet. I don't have the... Oh, it's because I'm out of MP is why.
Here we go.
I did the Assassin's Creed jump, kind of.
So long.
I just didn't have, you know, the eagle, like, soaring sound or Ezio's family theme playing when I, you know, did my leap off the side of a building. Alright, this is cool.
Stream. Here we go.
Yeah! The Link requires full MP, but balance maybe. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it needing MP, because I'm gonna more often, like, you know, do my own, use magic before I use Links. Because I feel like using the Link thingamadiggy is gonna feel like a last resort. But the thing is that, you know, you're gonna use magic before you use Links, I feel like. You know, more often than not. That's a cool flag. Alright. And now... Dun, 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 dun. Chest! Adamite! Oh, cool. Alright, save the progress. So we go from level 43 to... 45. Oh, that reminds me. I need to take the equipment out of Baymax. How do I remove it? Not this. There. And then I go back into Sora, and then I give him the gauntlet. Oh, can I give him something else? A royal ribbon! This is a lot cooler. I still need to, like, find a way to make Goofy's thingy-madiggy. Alrighty. Anything new in this thingy-madiggy I can apply? Not really.
Did you see it?
What? Alright, hyper healing and arrow boost. Yep, I can apply both of those, it seems. Alright, what about Goofy? Withstand, always retain at least 1 HP if you are hit when you have 2 HP or more. You will remain protected throughout the enemy's combo. Awesome. Halves the damage you take when your MP is at 25 or below. Awesome. And then, yep, team effort. Alrighty, cool. Any cool thingamadiggies? Any AP? No. Nano gear. Nano machines, son. 7 and 5 with a stun protection. Alrighty. Equipment, cool. Alright. We'll find the time to summon it. Don't you worry. There's gonna be some sort of scenario where I'm gonna maybe be like, fuck it, we're just gonna hit the Link right at the get-go. It hasn't happened yet, but we can try. We can try.
Sora, somebody's calling us on a phone.
Oh my god, I remember when someone told me that this was a, like a, you know, phone case as well. I thought it looked so terrible as a phone case.
Contact with the king and Riku. They're all on their own in the realm of darkness.
Darkness!
See? I knew I should have gone. Now we can ask?
Now we can ask?
It's not like we can use that big old door anymore. It's completely gone.
Oh.
Yeah, we closed it after beating Ansem.
And we certainly can't ask the king or Riku.
'Cause you wouldn't let me ask.
Only King Mickey can open a door to the realm of darkness.
Darkness!
It's because he has a special keyblade of darkness. He figured out how
Darkness.
to open the way.
Ugh.
Gosh, what'll we do then?
Darkness.
May my heart be our guiding key.
Up.
It'll show us the way.
May our heart be our guiding key. That's one of the rules. Oh, I probably should have gone for rum and cokes at the start of my runs.
But
did you say darkness? They said darkness a lot of times.
Hurry, Sora!
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was gonna hear the words darkness or may your heart be your guiding key so quickly. That is gonna hit, this rum is gonna hit me in about 30 minutes or less.
Why do you
I have
think
pizza
that
in my
gate took us
fridge.
here?
It's Destiny Island! We apparently can never leave Destiny Island, no matter what game we play. Just Destiny Island, over and over again. Oh, it's, Mark Hamill's Keyblade, the whatsamahoozy. The,
A Keyblade?
Yes.
Not so old.
How did it end up here?
It's his hometown. Yeah, but he keeps going.
Maybe it's another guiding key.
Lol. Great
Sure,
work.
but to guide us
Eriquist,
where?
thank you. Oh my goodness. We're gonna have to go through the very doors we had to go through in the very first Kingdom Hearts game. Only this time, the doors are a lot more obviously doors.
Let's go.
I know who Aqua
Not
is.
you
I just
guys.
forget, you know, Eriquist. Because, you know, I only really saw Eriquist
The
like
realm of
maybe 3
darkness.
times.
It isn't safe for you.
Darkness!
Get it. I'm going.
Yeah, you can't make a whole pint without us.
Is that an insult? I don't know.
Come on, guys, think about it. Even the king and Riku struggled in the realm of darkness.
Darkness!
Someone needs to stay out here just in case. If something happens to the rest of us, you two need to carry on.
Insulting is not the same as ambiguous
We
sass.
understand, but we don't want you going someplace dangerous on your own.
Thanks, guys, but I'll be fine. I'll make sure Riku and the king are safe. Trust me.
I'm gonna see it as ambiguous. I'm not gonna see it as, like, you know, insult.
You promise to be good.
And come home nice and safe?
Right.
Ugh. Yeah, I think we're getting to the part of the game where darkness is gonna be mentioned, oh, excuse me, a whole ton of times. Cause, yeah, this glass is getting, like, getting empty really fast. I might go back to a 2-to-1 portion size with my, you know, with my, Coke and, rum. That still doesn't look like Terra's, you know, original Keyblade. Like, cause Terra's Keyblade had, like, a thingy-madiggy at the end to look like a key. That one just looks like, you know, a fucking switchblade.
Mickey!
Mickey! But I'll be fine, chat. I'ma be good. I've only had to drink how many times now? Uh, 125 times. I've only had to drink 125 times, and I think it was like at 110 when we started the stream, so... Oh, look at Mickey having a little snooze.
This Keyblade.
Gas. Is it Aqua? Yes, it is Aqua.
Mickey. You're too late.
It all makes sense now. It all makes sense in that fucking video with Pro ZD when they were like, Aqua got Norted. It makes all the sense now. I now understand the references from Pro ZD when he talks about Kingdom Hearts 3. Aqua got Norted.
You abandoned me. That's what. Left me in this shadow prison for more than a decade, knowing what it would do to me.
Aqua got Norted.
It's all my fault.
I can't take this seriously. I'm sorry. I know this is meant to be like a real sad, emotional, like, oh no, we couldn't save her, but it's just, I can't stop thinking of Pro ZD just shouting, Aqua got Norted.
But no one ever came.
Like, hang on, let me get the video. Hang on, let me get the video.
FurryCures1221 thinks you should do 20 squats.
Hang on a second. I need to share this thingy-madiggy with you. Actually, hang on a sec. Copy embedded code might... Actually, no. Just copy video URL should do it. And then add in a browser source. And then just be like... Aqua. And I'm going to tell it that it's this browser source. And... I'm going to hit OK. No, not the Hungry Jacks thing. Stop it.
Try our new freshly toasted Turkish buns.
Hang on.
Look, even
full screen this.
the sea's turning to ice.
This is gonna sound like really effing loud as well, isn't it?
Oh hey, Frozen's in Kingdom Hearts 3. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I should tweet that. Aqua got Norded!
What?
Aqua got Norded!
Oh, no, I
That's
broke
not words, that's sounds. You're just making sounds.
Aqua got Norded!
That sounds vaguely inappropriate.
I want her to step on me!
That is definitely inappropriate.
Aqua got Norded!
Okay.
Oh, hey, look, it's him. He's so funny. Aqua, no.
Aqua got Norded. Alright, break, so... Stop that thingy-majiggy, and get on to doing the 20 squats. Since we're on the pause menu, it should make sense. All right, here we go. Stretching. Big stretch for the big boy. Big stretch for the big boy. What the fuck did you just watch? You just watch Aqua get Norded. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Thank you for the 20 squats. Resuming.
Oh,
even her sleeves are, like, her arms are turning dark.
No means of fighting my way back through the Heartless. You should have known I was stranded. Do you have any idea how lonely it is here? How
so lonely.
It is to have no one? All that's left in my heart is misery and despair. And now, you can share it.
There's no need. Got my own.
What? What is he gonna do? Is this his, like, fucking data, like, replica Riku? Yeah, this looks like his Riku replica thing. Oh my god, he's so small as well. I forgot. 2 years had passed between replica Riku and Riku now. I forgot people grow. And there's the new key with the little pins and things. And then you just, like, start hitting things. You're just like, oh shit, I get to play as something. Okay, never mind. I thought I could just, you know, be silly. Nope, get out of there.
Sorry. Take this. Sorry.
Dark Viagra. Yeah.
Sorry. You're done. Take this. Burn. Take this. Ouch.
thing I can just do with full heals. Thank goodness.
Sorry.
There we go. So that should basically... Oh, we can swap to Sora now. Wait, why are we swapping to Sora now? If you have played Riku's Chain of Memory, you'd understand. Yeah, no, I understand that Riku, like, had a... there's Riku that was stuck in the tower in the basement, but then there was a replica Riku that was created, and we were facing off the replica Riku in Chain of Memories, not the actual Riku. But then the actual Riku was also going through the tower, the fucking Castle Oblivion or whatever the fuck, and, you know, fought the replica Riku a few times. I didn't play Chain of Memories, but I understood that something was happening in there. And look, it's Sora. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, it's the Keyblade that we got at the end of the, when we were in the ultimate form or something like that. And we needed to do the birth by sleep, special thingy-madiggy. Because for some reason, we're two halves of something. The Keyblade. It's just two bros kissing the homies goodnight. Oh, here's the Aqua. Norta. Or Norqua. We'll think of a name for the Aqua Zamnus thingy-madiggy. Aquanort. That's it. That's a name. Aquanort. Oh, would be cool if I had like Oblivion or Oathkeeper.
Sora? I had a little help. Watch over the king. I've got this.
Cool.
Okay.
Running. Dun, 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 dun. All right, let me just.
Yeah, back off. Take this. Yeah. Take this. Water.
Oh, why did it want me to dodge? Like, I did the block.
There.
We're gonna be a little bit unfair here. Wasn't what I was expecting, but hopefully that should... Ah, pirate ship time! Let's go! We're just gonna start swinging our pirate ship around. Were they expecting us to be able to do this, or... Oh my god, they were not expecting us to do this, I'm imagining. Oh my god, this is so dumb! Yeah! We beat that bitch with a fucking pirate ship! Are you gonna mention about the darkness or something? Oh no, she's letting go of the Keyblade! Mickey's Keyblade. Is she still Norded, or is she, like, now back... I think she's back to herself, because she has no longer that, like, goopy darkness thing as she you know, sinks into the ocean darkness. No biggie. No big deal. We just need like fucking, you know, what's a mahoozy? Beep beep beep. Could you give to me too many things? Maybe, but all I need. I guess okay. We're not getting that song. What's it called again? It's like please, oh baby. Simple and Clean, that's it, that's the song. I knew it was in the lyrics somewhere. I was half expecting Simple and Clean to start playing because, you know, she's just floating in the water like, oh, my life is flashing before my eyes.
Aqua! Aqua.
This is all in your mind. They're not actually there. It's just Riku and Sora. Yeah, I got it right. Riku and... Sorry, not Riku and Sora.
It's you.
Yeah, no, Riku and Sora. Sorry, I thought for a second I mistaked Roxas for Riku for a second there, but I'm good.
Mickey.
Sora Mickey! Sora Mickey!
Are these the Destiny Islands?
That's right.
No, I mean, like, I was about to mistake calling Riku Roxas. I thought I'd made that mistake, but my brain, you know, fixed itself quickly because it was like, no, he's actually called Riku. He's not called Roxas.
You're in the realm of light.
Is the realm of light, like, in the dark thingamadoog, or are we just supposed to believe that it's just an entirely different place now? Oh, look how she has a little cry. They said dark. Take a sip.
Welcome home.
Yay!
We did it!
I thought you was on point. Nah. I forget these things. Oh, hey, it's Radiant Garden, or yeah, Radiant Garden. And it's the cloak peeps.
What?
What?
But dude, why would you pick me?
Wait, is
let the chosen catch wind of this? Understand?
Wait, is Vexen about to start another coup or something?
It's because I got benched. I got benched too. What? Hey, quiet. Okay, man, look.
Okay, I'm gonna be real. Vexen's on the right there, absolutely hate, but Guitar Himbo over on the left, I can appreciate Guitar Himbo's hairstyle on the left though.
If they find out, we are yesterday's toast. I mean, what's in it for me?
What's in it for me?
Forgiveness. Huh? For what?
Demix, thank you.
Men like us. In the pursuit of science, we sometimes make terrible mistakes. Lose sight of our mission to help people. But now I can help someone with my research. Now I can atone.
Who are you helping?
I'm not a scientist. Wait! Come on,
Why does this feel like...
I'm useless. I'm chicken. We're not friends. I can count the number of times you and I have hung out on one hand. Less than
This just feels like
I didn't even know you in the old life. Fine. But listen.
This just feels like a comedic bit. This doesn't feel like actual Kingdom Hearts 3. This feels like someone got the Organization 13 models and was able to do their own, like, skit.
Huh? No stinking way.
Vexen never actually planned a coup against... I thought he was part of the group that wanted to do the coup or something like that, because Axel was sent to keep an eye on Marluxia and all the peeps from Castle Oblivion or some shit.
On my behalf should all go awry.
I thought that's like why they had the thingy-majiggy.
We are far from friends. No one would ever
Tha
suspect
from
you.
Friends.
So I'm not doing any fighting.
Correct. And more importantly, no bench warming.
Ha! Yeah, baby! Sign me up! Yes! Demix time!
Demix. Out of all the different organization players, Demix is my favorite. I didn't know their name for the longest time, but I'm gonna be real. I think I quite like them. Demix time.
We've come a long way toward reconstructing Roxas's heart. But a vessel, without that...
It's in Castle Oblivion, in like a secret
Bodies
room.
don't grow on trees, Ienzo. It's the backup plan or nothing now. But the backup plan isn't a true solution.
Yeah, finally. About time. Ooh,
Hi.
Nice place.
Demix? Is that you?
Demix?
Hey, Zexian, long time. How's humanity treating you? I rejoined the nobodies, but like, I just can't shake the feeling I've been sweet-talked, you know? We have got to have a chat.
Whoa, back up, what?
Oh, sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm actually here
Fine, the land of departure that has been turned into, like, you know,
everyone's
the castle that never exists or whatever the fuck it is.
Delivery. Ta-da!
Oh, whatever your name is.
Master Ansem!
Ah, well met, little Ienzo.
They told me you'd gone mad. That you abandoned us.
Yes.
I was just a boy. But I should have known better. I am truly, deeply sorry.
I think what matters is that you recognize the mistake. Peace, Ienzo. It was I who was consumed by hatred, who failed you in my obligations as your mentor. Forgive me.
The two of them just having their own little quiet conversation.
Are we cool to get on with things here?
Oh.
Got you a present from Vexen. One was all he could manage for the time being, but hey, he figured you guys would know what to do with it.
I'm guessing that's,
a vessel!
Yeah. Wait, hang on. Was that blue hair instead of, the normal, like, brown? For a goofball, Sora finally grows up and makes grown-up decisions. About time. And now we're in the realm of darkness again.
You sure about this, Aqua?
If you want, we can take you back to Master Yen Sid's tower to rest with Riku and the
so
king.
this, like, looks a different sort of
Thank
render.
you. But
like, they look
Ben's
a
expecting
lot
me.
paler.
I promised to wake him. Said I'd be right back, but I'm not even close. I'm in for an earful.
Oh. Oh.
What's going on? We're waiting. It's where Ven is. It's the I want to say Castle Oblivion again, but I keep getting corrected by Chimera and such, where it's like, it's not Castle Oblivion. It's the world that never was. Excuse me? That's all it took? What? Castle Oblivion isn't the world that never was. Ah, okay. And now it's being turned into the Land of Departure, which is from the beginning of Birth by Sleep. I remember that much.
Ready?
Yes. Like, I got nothing better to do this evening. Let's go. Oh, wait, hang on. There's a little safe thing. Oh, my God. Also, if there's going to be lucky emblems in here, I'm going to need to be given a reason as to why the fuck lucky emblems are just a thing everywhere. Was that, like, Mickey just having a stamp and just being like, uh-huh, mine. Uh-huh, Disney property. Uh-huh, mine.
Let's see.
All right, is that gonna count? No, that's not gonna count as Disney. Okay. Haha, mine. Haha, Disney property. Haha, Ventus, mine. Haha, a boy.
Ven. I'm sorry it took so long.
Clip it.
Wake up. Open your eyes. Please. Why? Your heart never found its way home?
Yeah,
that was a neat trick. No wonder no one could find him.
Oh, it's Vanitas.
Vanitas!
Why are you
I say Vanitas with an E.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt your touching
Magic.
reunion,
That's how.
But surely you won't begrudge me a moment with my brother.
You've been able to, like, block lasers. How are you not able to deal with a fucking, like, you know, evil Keyblade user?
So Venti Wenti wants to keep sleeping. What am I ever going to do with you?
Shut up!
Too bad. The cop-out answer is magic because it is magic.
You better settle down there, master. Aqua, I'll handle him.
Venti Wenti.
I'm ending this.
But you haven't recovered yet.
Sorry, but you've seen me too weak, too often. Now it's my turn to shine.
Since when could she do that? That is not a thing she could do when I was playing as her. That's some magical bullshit. Wait, are we playing as Aqua now? Yeah, we're playing as Aqua now. Okay, this is interesting. Oh.
Yeah. Destroy. Perish. Nope. Destroy.
Enough.
Give it up.
Farewell.
Give it up.
Oh. Just warning lights going off the entire time. There we go.
Give it up.
Enough. Yeah. You're done. Yeah. You're done.
Take this. Destroy.
Enough.
Yep, cool. Thank goodness shot locks are still a thing. Oh, I did it. Yeah, she does. I forgot shot locks do that.
You wish.
Ding, 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 ding. Oh yeah, barrier magic. I forgot was a thing.
I'll let you have this one.
Yeah! Did it! It's a barrier. Like, you shouldn't be able to... Oh, never mind. I guess the point was he just wanted to crack it. We just went through a fight where we were able to block that shit. Even I was able to block that shit.
Aqua!
What? Is this where all the bullshit starts happening in the story now? Where it's like, oh, we had some rules to the magic and whatever, but now we're breaking the rules. Kingdom Hearts 1 was the fact that Kairi didn't have like a heartless, so it was just Sora instead. Kingdom Hearts 2 was the fact that even though Sora was completed, there was still the nobody Roxas.
Yes. Tell me what to do.
The power of waking.
I can't. I still don't have it yet.
You've always had it.
You never lost it. It sleeps.
Fucking called it.
Until someone needs it. Call to it.
I am calling. With all my heart.
You have more than one heart inside you, Sora. Call with all your hearts. The power of waking.
Thank you for always keeping me safe, Sora.
Aqua's still dying, though, isn't she? The entire time we're doing all this kind of stuff, we still haven't solved the problem of Aqua might die.
Aqua!
Hey, Ventus! Good to have you. Welcome back. See how they did that thing there? Where, you know, Ventus, like, all the blowback was light, and then for Venitus, all the blowback was black. Because they are two of the same people, separated into light and into dark. I understand theming.
3 guardians is more than I care to face. But now that my brother is awake, I'm
Pussy.
just certain that he'll come to visit. Aqua, are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine, Sora.
Huh? You're Sora? Yep. Hey, Ventus.
Hi.
I get it. You were my second chance.
Huh?
What?
Call me Ven.
Good morning, Ven.
Good morning. Aqua?
It's 8:19 p.m. It is nowhere even fucking close to the morning. Haley's performance as Venitus this go-around is not as good as his Birth by Sleep. I could not tell you the difference. I'ma be real with you. I have no fucking idea. I am oblivious to such things. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. We have more than enough, you know,
Last we are all
warriors of
assembled.
light.
First, Sora,
420, blaze it!
Riku, Donald, Goofy, Mickey. I cannot thank you enough for what you have done.
Mickey! Sorry. Mickey!
And you, Aqua and Ventus. We are fortunate to have you back.
Thanks. I only wish we could have returned to help sooner. We're grateful to all of you for rescuing us.
Thank you.
I feel bad for letting you guys down. We tried, but we still haven't found Terra.
Don't.
Oh yeah, no, the dots have annoyed me for a very long time. I'm gonna be real with you, Caffeine Bunny. You're not the only one that is thinking of such a thing. Like,
Mickey told me that
it makes no sense considering even Mickey has more detailed eyes than Yen Sid. Fucking every human has detailed eyes, and then you have Yen Sid with his fucking Rick and Morty like little dots on the like cue balls
Did
there.
you know Riku's a true Keyblade master now?
That's wonderful.
Good for you, Riku.
Good for you.
But Sora needs work.
That's an insult.
Yeah, rub it in.
That is an insult if ever I heard one.
I'm happy to see that you haven't changed one bit.
I'm gonna fill up my thingy-majiggy again.
Sora, you probably don't remember.
Wait, am I out of
It's
rum?
okay.
Okay, no, I have a little bit left, so I'm just really close to empty. So I'm just gonna have to pour less Coke on the next
Let
one.
us not forget our new Keyblade wielders. Lee, Kairi, you have made tremendous strides.
Hey there. And that's future Keyblade Master.
Kairi.
Does she just like she knows like everyone and she's just like, oh, this is like a trip through memory lane for me.
Incredible. It is you.
I didn't recognize you without your chest.
When you and I first met in Radiant Garden, the unversed tried to attack a little girl. Do you remember?
How would... Yeah, why was she there and not in Destiny Island? Like...
I guess it must have worked. The spell that I cast on you.
I'm sorry. Those days are hazy for me.
Yeah, because, like, it makes no sense why she
But
was
it
in
sounds
fucking
like I'd have
Radiant
been in
Garden and
trouble
then ends
without
up in
you.
Destiny Island by the
So
time
thank
we
you.
get to her at Kingdom Hearts 1.
Please. You were really very little. Anyone would forget, hazy memory or not.
This is all very touching, guys, but where do I fit in? Ven looks just like Roxas. Or is it Roxas looks just like Ven?
Roxas looks like Ven.
And now I have to explain all of that to him, which is in itself a crazy long story. And apparently everybody already knows everyone, and this is an insane amount to get memorized.
Sorry.
You remember me?
Yeah, of course.
No, it didn't. Kingdom Hearts 1 didn't say her home was Radiant Garden.
Keyblade wielder just like me.
Yeah.
Axel, you know Ven?
Axel? Who's Axel?
Oh my fucking god.
See? Major brainache. Now who?
Not to worry, folks. To help us out, I've given each of you a gummy phone. They've got summaries of everything that's happened
I
so
do not
far.
remember her
That way,
grandmother
you can
when
read up
we went
if you'd
to
like.
Kingdom
and if
Hearts
anyone
1.
has any questions, we can call each other.
That's not Jiminy!
Jiminy
He's
just...
always prepared.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we've got our 7 guardians.
I know Kairi in Hollow Bastion, but I do not remember Kairi's grandmother in Hollow Bastion.
And Terra could be here with us too.
Since when do you mope, Sora? Come on. Terra's gotta be with the organization, which means we'll have a chance to save him.
Leave it to Ven and I. We'll bring him home.
Yeah.
This is all so
I made
fucking
Terra a
confusing
promise.
now.
I said I'd
There's
be
just all
there
this,
for
oh,
him
we already
when he
knew about
needs
this
me.
kind of stuff, and I'm like, where the fuck
And
did
I'll
we learn
figure
this?
Roxas out. Don't know how, but I'll get him back.
Naminé is right
they
here,
just-
safe with me.
Like, they're
I
just
know
breaking
that
the
we'll find a way to help
rules.
her. Trust me. I'm not giving up.
Kyrie's right. We're all in this together, Sora.
And Donald and I are no Keyblade wielders, but we'll always be right there to help keep you steady. We got your
Thank
back. Not just
goodness.
now, but always.
Now and always.
Swear, that's the hole.
That again?
It is a shame that all of our friends could not be here. But our 7 Guardians of Light have united. Perhaps you might say that we have 9 Guardians with Donald.
Nah, I didn't think that was an insult.
Given time, I know the others will soon stand with us.
Yeah.
Today you recuperate. On the morrow, you journey to the fated place.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
The stars here are so beautiful. I noticed it when we arrived.
Yes?
We've gone without this for so long.
I know.
I remember dreaming a lot. Of you and Terra. Of Sora and his friends too, I think. And there were some more people I didn't recognize. Oh, and I saw these weird animal
Yeah,
creatures.
I'm gonna take a drink while I'm waiting
It's
for these
like-
cutscenes to go through.
I've been part of some big adventure.
I've been places too. But pretty soon, things will be back to normal.
Oh, hey, it's his, thingy-madoogie.
Let's share stories when Tara's back.
The way, finder. Which looks suspiciously like the star fruits from, Destiny Island. Next cutscene. Excuse me. And this is Twilight Town.
I've had it with this stupid treasure hunt. Every box we've found's been nothing but a bust.
I agree. Our search ends today.
What, huh, now?
You cannot
What,
find the
huh?
unfindable. The box does not exist.
I knew they was taking us for a ride.
Silence, imbecile. I mean the box does not exist now.
Oh, it doesn't exist
Is
now.
that some kind of riddle?
More
we
like
supposed to be
fucking
looking?
time travel-y nonsense, is it?
Light and darkness are fated to clash. A Keyblade war is upon us. We need only wait for that destined moment. No matter the victors, the box will be revealed.
That's it? But when's my big moment?
You will have it soon enough. Once I possess the box, our real work can begin.
Oh.
Running his fat. I need to go to the bathroom. I am so sorry. I can't hold it in anymore. Hang on. I'm gonna be real. That reference went right over my head. I was oblivious. Because, like, I did not remember the songs and all that correctly. I just remember, like, moments like, say, for example, when they, you know, had to deal with Bigfoot and they were stuck in their car, or maybe the fact that they were going down the river with the same car. That car went through all kinds of abuse and apparently was totally fine until the very end.
Well, Roxas, I should have been there for you by now, but here we are.
Oh, no.
Shouldn't you say goodbye to your real home? Why? I'm not here to fight. Relax.
Relax.
Hey!
Have an ice
You
cream.
can't eat all this. Why did you buy 3 of them? 1 for Roxas? And 2 for good luck?
I don't know. Because I felt like it, okay? Why are you here?
Got it memorized? Back when we were still friends, we used to sneak into the castle.
Yeah.
And we made a friend there, a girl. We apprenticed to Ansem the Wise to rescue her.
Yeah, and we failed. One day she was just gone.
You gave up.
I did not give up. One day we're apprentices. The next, Ansem the Wise is up and vanished. The day after, we're nobodies. Day after that, we're doing icky jobs for Xemnas. I couldn't keep up with you.
Following Xehanort's nobody was the only way to discover what happened to her.
A cross between Prince and
was
Michael
his
Jackson.
lab
Oh yeah, it was definitely playing into the whole like pop of
found
you
her?
know the
I helped you rise
fanboyness
up the
of
ranks,
Michael Jordan.
hope it paid
Oh, sorry, not
off.
Michael Jordan. Michael Jackson.
I'm afraid
Wrong MJ
not.
for a minute there.
Nary a trace. I started to wonder if we'd imagined her. Maybe she never existed. And then, in time, I awakened to a new purpose. I realized I could be stronger.
Well then,
Faster.
you blew it. Wise up already and just quit.
Face it, Roxas is just like our other friend. Gone forever. You need to accept that.
You wish. I'm getting her back. All of them. Especially Roxas. I'm even dragging you home.
The marks under your eyes, they're gone.
Yeah, don't need them.
Always
what
told
marks?
you they'd stop you from crying. The upside-down tears.
Would you get lost? I'll clobber you tomorrow.
I have no idea what they're talking about.
Expect no less.
Da 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 da. You are absolutely correct. There's just a lot of cutscenes.
You did save me. I think you came along for a reason. I didn't make much of myself as a replica. I was a failure. And after you and Sora moved on, my body fell to ruin and the darkness took my broken
Hi,
mind.
friendly pylon. Welcome to the stream.
I was all ready to give up and let it happen. And then you showed up. You took that as a sign? Maybe. I'd rather face my end with you than in darkness.
Darkness!
What you
He said
want?
darkness.
Yeah. But I'm not done yet. Got one last thing to see through. Take the time you need.
Hey, why is Riku all alone?
He said
Because
he needed time to
he's like,
himself.
yeah, literally talking to himself.
Let's let him be. Here.
What? Huh?
Oh, it's the what's Mahuzi fruit? The popo no the papio the fruit.
Tomorrow's fight will be our toughest yet. I want to be a part of your life no matter what.
So
that's all.
Many cutscenes.
Kairi, I'll keep you safe.
Paupo.
Let me keep you
Thank
safe.
you. The Paupo fruit. Dun, 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 dun. Yay! We got an achievement.
Wow, look at all that new space to explore.
New space! Space! Yay, we can go between zones if we really wanted to, but I want to embark from here instead.
Ferricures 1221 paid me to say let's share a papu fruit. Grant.
Embark from here, yes. Dun 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 dun. Also, why are we like stuck in a box? We're stuck in a box. I'm gonna guess green is go. Whee! Don't mind me, just, you know, blowing shit up. Nah, I'm not gonna share a fruit with you. I am not a huge fan of fruits, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't really get into the whole, you know, apples or oranges, all that kind of stuff. Oh my god, why did we go from, like, you know, open space to this? This is pain. Hopefully, once we get through, like, this space area, like, you know, it will be, like, widely opened up or something, and we'll have, like, a better time. Alrighty, and then... Dun, 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 dun. I can now warp to a new location. Let me taste your star fruit. No! No, Urane. Horny. Urane horny. I need to make a thingy-majiggy where I can bonk users. Like, I get their user profile and I just go bonk. Oh my god, it's a giant fucking ship. I'm just destroying all the components right now. No biggie. Just bullet hell, I see. Oh my god. Am I really doing this? Did I really do this with, like, you know, no what's-a-mahoozy with no damage taken? Yes, I did! I did it with no damage and got an A rank for it. Plenty of XP, a sphere helm, gun gear, a firestorm, and 2 rockets.
Oh.
It helps that I have, like, the golden thingy-madiggy. So yeah, because I acquired it through, like, you know, grinding and such, and turns out there was like a secret boss in one area. I didn't stream when I was doing that, I'm sorry, but, you know, I got, you know, really competitive. Alright, hang on. I need to break these things. There we go. That's one. Alright, so it looks like there's more than 10 of those blueprints. I'm glad I just don't have to, like, go back into that room again. Look at me, like, blowing shit up. There should be, like, you know, mithril and other kinds of resources in this thing. But, oh, ore column. There we go. That's what we wanted. Oh, no, okay, can't shoot it from there, so it obviously wants somewhere. Alright, let's try from up here.
Let's see.
Nope. Ow. Yeah. I am just so fucking strong. Look at me and my, like, you know, amazing powers. And I'm absolute fucking master at this now. Here we go. Look at me darting and weaving and bobbing and hooping. There we go. Alright, blueprint number 14. Awesome. Yay, we got new coordinates for a warp. That's exactly what we need. Destroy all those. Destroy all those. Dun, 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 dun. I like picking up these, like, you know, the purple crystals, because those ones give you, like, the blueprints to something, which I, you know, I kind of want to unlock. Plus, I get to shoot at the meteors. Look at all these asteroids I can shoot at. Yeah! Rock and roll. Just breaking everything in our path. Getting mithril crystals while we're at it, too. Hee Guns! Oh, explosions. Oh, that didn't offer me anything cool. Oh wait, there was like a constellation I could take a photo of over in this sector. I get easily distracted by explodey things. Do a barrel roll. All right, where's the there's the constellation. Dun, 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 dun. And there.
Let's see.
Omega. Oh, that's cool. I wonder if that one's gonna be like a kick-ass sort of ship compared to some of the others. Oh, is it in here? Oh, no, I can't go in there. Okay, never mind. I thought that door would open for me, I'm gonna be real with you. Yep, alright, cool. So we just have to deal with a massive ship here and there. And avoid getting ourselves blown up by running into things. Oh, something there. Here we go. Let's deal with this giant shark thing. Defeat the Scarlet Shark. Alright, let's do it. Alright, well, I got hit, like, a tiny bit, so I'm not gonna get, like, you know, the untouched thingy-majiggy. At least I get an A ranking right off the get-go. Did it before I could do like a Omega laser thingy madiggy or Omega beam like hyper boom bam thing. Yeah. Oh, we're powering something up. Ooh. Looks like we're powering something up. Alrighty. This way? Yep, this way, because I don't think I've been here before. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I don't think I've been there before. Yep, new warp location, thank you. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, a barrel roll. Blowing things up left and right. Bam, boom. Another constellation. Alright, maybe not from that side. Or I'm missing a star. Dun, 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 dun. I swear I saw another like purple thingy madiggy I could. Alright, hang on.
Let's see. Let's see.
There we go. A Bismarck. Oh, it's like the whale thing. It's the whale thingy-madiggy. Okay. Oh, there's the golden orb thingy-madiggy I need to get to. And then I need to break this. And now to deal with the golden orb. So I need to shoot the gears to rotate them and connect. Thankfully, they'll like rotate on their own accord kind of thing. So I just need to, you know, shoot them a lot, like so, before I miss out on an opportunity to shoot at them. Oh, this one's a little bit fast. And then... there we go. And then this one. There we go. And then finally this one. Yes! And that unlocks, like, all that. dun, dun, dun. A lot of thunder guys. Awesome. Alright, yep, and there's that one there. Blasting right past them.
Let's see.
Alright, so the next orb is somewhere in this direction. Most likely underneath the ship. And I think this portal will lead me to it. Or it's just gonna completely miss it. Never mind. There's the orb. This is what I do when I get into new areas, is like exploring. This is what it's actually like playing with me in an RPG, is that I will like avoid the story here and there. Oh, I'm shooting the wrong thingy-majiggy, that's why. There we go. There's like false oh my god, how long of a rotation is that? Oh, that's gonna be a long rotation. Okay, hurry, 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 hurry. There we go. Did it. And what new equipment does it give me here? Masamune, a drill, a hurricane, and a lot of hurricanes. And Vortex. Roman 8, more auric columns. Oh, let's avoid you. Hey, there's the other purple crystal thing. Dun, 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 dun. Alrighty. Alright, I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to take a photo of that constellation from this angle. Yeah, this looks like the right angle.
Let's see.
No, apparently? Okay, let me try a different angle.
Let's see. Let's see. Let's see.
The fuck is this supposed to be? Poaching zone boundary. Yep. Good to know.
Let's see.
It's a fucking amalgamation. That Oh, another crystal. There we go. That's one we want.
Did you see it?
Oh. Yeah, I saw it. I saw the crystal. Alright, so that's blueprint number 10. That's another constellation. Did I see it? Oh, that one gave me a screw color. Okay. Yep, get you. You're not a purple, but you'll do. Alright, something is most certainly over there. Wait, is there an enemy? Yep, there's an enemy over here. Yep, there it is. Alright, this one next. Oh yeah, I got a trophy. Because, you know, I got all the constellations done. Just getting an absolute fucking monster of a score right now. Yeah! That's another boss out of the way. There we go, new record, crystal, triple wheels, electro shot, and the manipulator. That's another part of the ship completed. Oh, I'm supposed to get to the corners, I think. Yep, so that's another gummy ship out of the way. Ow. Alright, next gears. Alright, so that's 1, 2, 3. Come on, come on, come on, come on. And 4. Yes! but like they won't respawn unless, you know, I get into like another match or something like that. Plus, it's just, you know, my completionist brain being like, oh, I need to get rid of that. So, they're still worth something. And worst comes to worst, I'm probably gonna have to go into the ship. Take out as many enemies as possible. Oh, easy. Bam, boom, bam. Absolutely annihilating it. Try to keep it at 100. Oh, trying to keep it 100. Oh, okay. Another group annihilated. Yeah, I'm already at A already. Excellent. It only took like 150 of these guys. And I got like another 45 seconds of this to go. I want those bonuses, so I'm definitely gonna keep on, you know, shooting and what have you. "20 seconds. Three, 2, 1, and 0. A ranking. Hi there, Alvirus! Welcome to the stream! Hopefully you're doing alright. Grant, my beloved. Yes, Alvirus, what is it? What do you have to tell your beloved? You're so tired. Understandable. It is 9:13 for me, and I don't want to stop right now. I have to find like 5 more of these like purple crystals around the place. So I'm gonna be like staying up trying to like, you know, find all them while I'm like, you know, fighting my way through the galaxy. Boom. Ding. Alright, hopefully I spot it on like my little escapade around here. Wrong way. So yeah, because so far I'm not seeing another, like... Oh, wait, no, hang on. Maybe over here. Either this one's is a revived blue, or it's actually a purple. Nah, it's just another blue. And then there's another blue over there. Oh well, they're worth something. Ooh, neon chain. Alright. Knowing my luck... Ooh, actually, there's probably like plenty more under the ship. Because I don't really do that much exploring once underneath it. Alright, so there's one. So my theory is proven that exploring under the ship will, you know, treat me to new thingies. Alright, nah, I'm gonna need to... It's most likely I need to, like, you know, get at one of the bosses that's, you know, within the ship. How do I know that there's 5 more? Gummy missions. Over in... here. 10 out of 15 to go. So there's a few more I need to grab. Meow. Blasting off at the speed of sound. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, so now I need to like go after this fella down in here next. So yeah, and they're normally like purples. I haven't seen like an alteration to that ruling just yet. Alright, now hopefully this one is the shooting as many as possible as quickly as possible. Take out the enemy as quickly as possible. Yep, this is exactly what I want. Because I get bonus. I get bonuses, and if I can... Look at me absolutely annihilating all these things. $181. Almost there. $184. Yes! 200! Dun, 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 dun. Alrighty, so that should have, like, activated the 4 thingy-madiggies. Fucking monster of a ship! Let's fucking go and set this off. Alright. Move out. Meow. Damn it, I was kind of hoping to, like, dodge that at the right timing. Alrighty. Let's take on this massive thingy-madoogie, which is the same thing we fought off last time, but is now purple. Oh! God damn it, no! I was distracted. Hi there, Space Cookie Giggles. Hopefully you're doing alright. How are things? Hopefully things are going alright with you. I am getting deep into my evening and just going through bullet hell with my gummy ship. It is fan-fucking-tastic is what it is. Someone stop this man, he's killing it. I'm killing the purple inverted pyramid, exactly. And I'm doing all this damage before it can hurt me any further. There we go. I just need to deal with this before it, you know, decides to do a super laser thingy-madiggy. Oh my god, how many phases are there to this thing? This is a little bit ridiculous, I'm gonna be real with you. There are so many phases, what the hell? Yes! Did it in 2 minutes and 21 seconds. I didn't get the untouchable, but I at least got like all the thingamajiggies, and I got an Orichalcum Plus. Yay. Ow. Alrighty. Now to find the rest of them. Oop. Oh, there's a thingy-majiggy underneath. I don't remember going through this one. Or did I? Nope, I did go through this one. Okay, never mind. Absolutely unstoppable, unbreakable, unbowed. I wonder if they're like just in the outer bounds now, a lot of the things. So we got that thingamajiggy up there. What is it, Furry Cures? You might be right on them being inside the ship, because I've already, like, kind of explored all of this, and I need to find a way back into the ship now. Unless, can I just, like, go through these doors? Please open, please open, please! Never mind. Zone map. Embark from here, yes. Alrighty. Yep, puts me in here. I went through the green path previously. We're now going to go through the red path if we can. So yeah, I'm just going to do a quick observation around... Oh! Hello! 1. Alright. Just gonna rotate here just to double check. Alright, I'm most likely got everything from that room. Now it's off to the red side if I... Yep, red side. Alright, so there's one crystal giving me thrusters. Your theory was correct. Oh, there's the other one. So that's 2. Alright, so we're in the right path. Back into the teleporter thingy, or the wormhole thingy-majiggy we go. Nippy little fella, isn't he? Ah, there he is. There's number 3. Number 3. Number 4. Oh, what? Oh, it's glass. That's bullshit. All right, hang on. Okay, so it's not glass here. There we go. Oh, that's number 5. Okay, so we're missing fragment number 4. And I see what you're doing, Furry Cures. I see what you are doing. You know where these things are. Oh yeah, we also need to face off on this thing. Because we didn't face off against this particular one, I don't think, previously. Unless this is the same period thing in the Diggy, in which case, no. That's another one. Oh, it's the same thing. All right, so we gotta go through. We'll go backwards through this, because this one should have both the red and the green as their. Yep, it does. Cool. And it should be easier as well to like. Ah, there it is. I see it. Ow. Alright, so that should mean that... There we go. That's all the gummy fragments done. Because now if I look at information in the gummy missions... The shooting star! I have attained the special plush shooting star. Bismarck and all of them. Alrighty. Zone map. I'm just a fucking wizard. Oh, hang on. No, thank you. Hang on, I'm gonna hit start, because that's... Alright, world map. Yes, please. I'm gonna, like, go to, like, a... You know, a portal thingy-majiggy that is outside. Alright, so this is what I had previously, was Golden Highwind. And now we have Shooting Star. Which is absolutely terrible compared to Golden. I'm probably gonna stick to Golden then. Like, this thing is a fucking beast. Look at him! And then we just have Shooting Star. Like... Yeah, there's much more with Golden Wind than there is with Shooting Star, and I think that's, you know, just because of the simple fact that when they made the, like, because I obtained Golden Thingy-Majiggy because of the specials. Let's see, Ghost... the Sea Salt Ice Cream. And then I have Golden Invisible, Golden Falcon, and then we have these two fellas from the recent. Those two and those two. Yeah, I'm gonna stick to what I've got. Information, gummy missions. Alright, so that one wants me to get through the true joy of gummies. This one wants me to take out 9,900. I reckon this is my last gummy mission. And once I finish that gummy mission, that gives me, like, you know, the Omega thingy-majiggy. Because, yeah, looking at the Eclipse, I've got all the... Yep. And... Yep. Okay. So I've got, like, all the thingy-majiggies done there. Everything is A's. Except for that one. The clash with the, Zwartgeist. But, my god, that Zwartgeist is, very difficult. Alright. And then... Oh, that's the... Does this thing have anything special about it? No, it doesn't. Have I killed Goofy or whatever yet? Goofy died by someone else's hands, not ours. Ooh, double lines. Sculpted. Frayne. Didn't know I could get one of these meowies. Chocobo! And a cat. And then a treasure chest. And then a lantern. And then I can sell none of my gummy shits. Garage. Save. 'Twas I who killed Goofy? How fucking dare you? What the fuck? It's coming out from something completely different. Hang on. Wavelength. Oh, that's why. Should be coming out through my headphones, not through the... Made that mistake again. There we go. Alright. Back into the game we go. Gummy configuration, title menu. No, we want to embark. And we are going to be embarking from... Embark... I think battle side is what we want. And... Embark? No, we're gonna change the special weapon to... Heavy rocket. Begin! Da, 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 da. There we go. And then we avoid him. Because he's not important to us right now. Dun, 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 dun. Yep, we're gonna land in the Keyblade Graveyard. The second you're not looking, Master Yen Sid's tower pops up someplace new. Who'd have thought he had such a playful side? Who'd have thought? Who'd have thunk? Oh, excuse me, just scratching my head. Continue. Are we approaching, like, the ending? Is that what's happening?
It's time. The Keyblade Graveyard is up ahead.
Someone's coming.
Xehanort. It better be Xehanort. It better not be a fucking mirage of someone else entirely different. Nope, it is Xehanort. He looks older with the weird thingy-majiggies across his head like that.
Legend has it that...
That is not Leonard Nimoy. Did Leonard Nimoy die before this was released? I think he did. Yes, also darkness when he says it, so...
Darkness once covered the world.
We know so little about the Keyblade War. Only that it was just the beginning.
The beginning.
If ruin brings about creation, what then would another Keyblade War bring?
I knew he died. I just didn't know if it was
When
he
the
died, you know,
darkness
before or
falls,
after Kingdom
will
Hearts
we
3.
be found worthy of the
Darkness.
precious light the legend speaks of?
Or will all of creation be instead returned to the shadows? Today we will recreate the legend and see. But first, your light shines far too brightly.
Does it now?
It must be extinguished in order for the truth to be seen.
That sounds like bullshit.
Only when your hopes have been broken by battle upon battle can the key be claimed to Kingdom Hearts.
Cue the title. I'm taking that as a drink because they're saying like Kingdom Hearts. They did not say Kingdom Hearts for a very long time.
It has been etched.
Look at how many there are! Oh,
Oh, if only I had my gummy ship to destroy thousands of them.
Gang, get ready.
Okay. Huh? Time to kick some ass. Uh-huh. Favorite deputy time. Because I want to get, like, keyblades from this thing. Hell yeah. No, don't vor me, goddamn you.
Here we go.
Getting a lot of withering and twilight shards, which is great. Oh, wait, I just saw someone with the thingy-majiggy. Teacups! That's what we want. Bang, ding, dong. Teacups should be a good one. Aw, look at us go! Wait, these aren't counting as hits? What the hell? That is unfair. These should count as hits. We're hitting so many Heartless. Oh, that's unfair. I thought that was gonna be like a shit ton of enemies when we did that. Here we go. Yeah. Alright, hopefully this one will have, like, better chances. Like, better hits. Like, look at all the Heartless that are here, like, just the normal pleb ones, and I'm not getting any hits with them. Yeah, at least I'm getting shards.
So long.
Yep, more of this Hyper Hammer, because it has Lucky Strikes in it, which is what I want.
It's over.
There we go. Hey, we got ourselves a Sinister Crystal, which is nice. No, come here, come here. There we go. Oh, Blaster Blaze, that will be a good one. This is a target-rich environment.
There.
Draw punch. Good thing we're not going to be hitting advertisements for another like 40 minutes unless I have to pause and go to the bathroom. Flare Force.
Ferricures 1221 paid me to say Leonard Nimoy died, so he was replaced by Rutger Hauer, a Dutch actor, for this game. But then he died in 2019, just before the DLC dropped, so he was replaced by Christopher Lloyd in the DLC.
Radio. I know it's telling me that I need to do like the cool Monster Crusher, but I'm having way too much fun dealing with the enemies as they are. What's more is I think I'm still getting levels as well when I do this, so we're gonna be in this for a little bit of a long haul, quite frankly. Especially while I go and pick up some shards and what have you.
Back off! Thunder! Here we go.
There we go. Pirate ship. This should be a good one. This one normally does okay with like flying enemies as well, so this is gonna be like no problem whatsoever. Go. Let's try and get this guy like down. Oh, we might actually be able to whittle down the enemies like the normal way rather than having to use like the monster caster or whatever it's called. That would be something. I wonder if there's an achievement for that. Like just naturally like taking down the enemies as is. Oh yeah, we're getting so many betwixt, which is great. Whee! Are you having fun, chat? I can probably like do this a little bit mindlessly as well, so I can actually have a conversation with you if you'd prefer. What's going off in my head? Oh yeah, so I am most certainly going to be playing Jedi Survivor when it comes out. I am also most certainly going to be putting my money towards the Digital Deluxe because I'm actually really glad that they're giving, you know, Cal Kestis more outfits and they're not just, you know, fucking ponchos this time around. It's like, you know, outfits. Like, you'll have him, like, wearing jackets and what have you, instead of just wearing a different color poncho. There we go. More Blaster Blaze again. Hey, level 46. A few 12 hours later.
So long. Try this.
Yeah. I'm doing fairly alright. Like, look at us go. Like, we're not getting any... Like, the enemy gauge is just lowering constantly. It's like we're not having any issues whatsoever. And we're getting, like, all kinds of, like, withering and blight and shit like that, which is actually going to be very useful. It would be nice to get the crystal variants, but, you know, we got to do with what we got to do. Plus, these guys give us sinister crystals, I believe, which is even better. Yep, sinister crystals. There we go. There we go. Goofy's bombardment. Let's go. Concentrated fire. All right, let me just give me a bit of room. Yeah. Damn it, 41. Close, but no cigar.
So long.
Oh yeah. There we go. That breaks him, giving us Wellspring Stones, which is helpful.
So long.
Magic Carousel. This should be a good one. Let's see how this one goes. Dun, dun, dun.
Come on. Come on.
Yeah, we got a new high score with that one. That was good. And we got Withering Gems that time around as well. Oh, this is just great. Shame we can't, like, jump up to get some of these guys. Yeah, let's go. Magic! There's a player in my lobby called Angela Lumina, and your brain is auto-correcting it to Lansbury? I don't know who that is. Never heard of them before. Alright. Let's see, am I... Hyper Hammer time! Bonk. Yeah, let's go. Whee! That was fun. Another Wellspring Stone, which is what we want. Should be close to done with this lot. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, imagine if I got another level up. That would be great, wouldn't it?
It's over. So long.
There we go. A lot of those chances had to be made because of, you know, something got like pushed into a corner. There we go. Come on. There we are.
See ya.
Yeah. 6,000 to go.
There. It's over.
There we go. Mad teacups. Bed knobs and what? Oh, it was the very prolific British actress who was best known as Miss Potts from Beauty and the Beast and in Bread Knots and Boons. Ah, okay. I have to use it? I'm having way too much fun in this area. Plus, everyone is leveling up. It is amazing. Flare! Look at us go. Besides, we're still getting levels, so... Who's really missing out? The gauge is nearly empty, and so, like, you know, it'll... Plus, like, look how many things I'm getting. It's great. I'm getting all kinds of shit. Bang, boom, bing.
Try this.
10 more minutes. How about that? 10 more minutes, and then I'll hit the coaster, okay? Or yeah, it's called the mountain coaster. 10 more minutes, and I'll hit the mountain coaster. Oh no, I wasn't meant to hit that. Ah. I fucked up. I got trigger happy. I got trigger happy, and I did the thingy madiggies. Concentrated fire! Oh, look at that. It still looks cool, though. Getting so much experience as well when I just do it like this as well, which is good. Wait, are they just expecting me to be able to, like, just do this infinitely, though? Or have they stopped spawning it? No, they've not stopped spawning in there. Alright, 5 more minutes of just... Wait, hang on. Where are we going? Ah, okay, we're still doing shit. Excellent. I was worried for a second. Just absolutely fucking decimating everyone here. We're getting all kinds of like Betwixt and Lucid as well. I don't think they were expecting me to just like do this for as long as I was. But yeah, I remember Bed Knobs and Broomsticks. That was a nice movie, quite frankly. I remember having it on VHS when our family, like, you know, still collected those from Disney. So I think we had Pocahontas, we had Beauty and the Beast, we had The Little Mermaid. We didn't have him, and like what's more is we didn't have him in like, you know, the thin plastic, like, you know, the ones with like the bear's bone plastic to hold on to the VHS. We had them in those like, I don't know if some people remember it, but I feel like it was a Disney thing. But when they had like the plastic cases, there was like, it was a thick plastic, like it was very much embossed or something. So like it was always like very soft and squishy to work with. It wasn't like this hard, clear cut plastic. I'll need to like find an image of the plastic I'm talking about. Oh, did I level up already? I think I already leveled up. But I'm getting so many crystals! Look at me go, getting all these crystals. Yeah, they were like, I remember it for the Hunchback of Notre Dame. I remember it from that one specifically. I love how we're just having this fucking like train ride of a massacre against all these Heartless. And they just keep spawning as if somehow we're gonna run out of ammo. They think we're gonna run out at some point. Alright, can we get rid of this big guy in the center here? Because normally we get like quite a bit of experience. Yep, we did. We got like 600 experience. We got some Wellspring Stones for our troubles as well. Get him! A lot of crystals. Do you reckon we have enough crystals? Because apparently, like, if you collect 20 of them or something like that, they're called clamshells. Ah, okay. Clamshell cases. Yeah, because I remember that was like, you got that like very often with Disney movies, I feel. Because I do not recall a Disney movie where we didn't get it in like a clamshell. Looney Tunes, I remember you got them in like a sleeve thing. Oh my god, this is just way too much fun. Guys, this bullet hell of a sequence is just too good to ignore. Oh, here's another weird bug thingy-majiggy, which will give me a sinister crystal. Because I'm pretty sure once I collect like 20 of each thing, then it's like I'll be able to purchase them from the Moogle shop instead. All right, what time is it? 9:57. I reckon I have had my fun. We shot as many of their things as possible, so we're gonna have to just do it here. Just be like, boom. Oh, we're going up, we're going up. Up, 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 and we go. Concentrated fire! Boo, 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 boo. Hell yeah. And we got a new item slot, and we got something called Final Blow. Glide. While in the air to glide. Oh, yep. Sounds.
Has gone on ahead.
Where the fuck is there a save thingy-majiggy? It doesn't look like there's a save thingy-majiggy. Hi there, Yizin! This is some very serious anime protagonist hair. I don't know what you're on about, Yizin. This is some serious business. We have some serious work to do, alright? Hence the anime hair. Yeah, there's no save thingy-majiggy there. Equipment, however. Let's see. 11 and 8. 10 and 8. 6 and 10. That does 51 and 50. Form change extender. Nano does a stun protection. Alright, so I need to upgrade that nonsense. Oh, actually, do I get a new thingy-majiggy? No, I just get 2 new slots. Alright, I am going to put in the Mega Potion, the Mega Ether. Actually, no, let me get rid of that. It's gonna be Mega Ether, and Refocuser, to 1 and remove all negative. I love how that says 0, as if I was gonna get more of that. Let's see, Donald and Goofy. Abilities. Let's have a look. Payback Strike. Can I turn that on? After an aerial recovery. Final Blow. To instantly move next to the target and continue attacking. Okay. Glide. Gotta turn that on. Magic Galvanizer. Increases the damage you deal with magic in proportion to the length of your combo. You stack the ability to increase the length. Well, if I had more thingy-majiggy, I would definitely do that. Donald is fine. Goofy is fine. Anything new in the item slot? A device to create visual overlays over the real world. Golden Herc thingy-majiggies. Orichalcum plus. 4 Orichalcums. 3 Electrums. 10 Adamites. 5 Damascus. 5 Fluorides. A Hungry Gem. 5 Wellsprings. 15 Stones. 8 Crystals. 6... 1... 13 Stones. 31 Shards. Jesus. Betwixt 3 stones, 13 shards, 22 withering gems. We got a lot of. Stone is 19 shards, 9, 10, 10. And we got... I don't know where we got the lightning stuff from, but I'm glad we got them. And... oh, I need to update my magic. Waterga, Cura, Blizzaga, Thundera, Era. And then... yep, alright, so I need to change that to Firaga. That's Watera. Thunder, Blizzaga, Aurora, Cura. Alright, I'm gonna put you... Sea Spectacle. Requires a full MP gauge and uses all MP. Radio. And then... Plasma Encounter. Alrighty then. What are my stats like? So I got 240 health, 120 MP. I don't really have a lot of MP, do I? Huh. But at least I have like 50% like resistance in everything but the darkness, so that's good. Donald and Goofy are as they are. Alright. Okay. If there's a save thing, we're oh, there's the save thing. So we go from 45 to 47, I think? Yep, we go up to 47. Alright, let's check the bistro. Let's see if there's any... because I think I'll do the cuisine thing. Like... also, I've done, like, a few other cuisines. Alright. Yes, let's try this one. Alright, so I need to separate the eggs. No, I would have wanted excellent. I'm gonna do that again. But I know how to do this. I just need to separate the thingy-madiggies. Yep, we're gonna make it again. One.
Dwarven Crafts paid me to say the problem with working in a morgue is that if you die you still have to go to work.
How's that?
What? That makes no sense. If the problem with the morgue is you still have to work. Alright, let's try this one. Let's try this one. Here we go. Nice. Yeah! Okay, so I basically have to do it like the second it cracks or something. We did it. Yeah. There we go. Lobster mousse. We can't make that. We don't have the ingredients for that. Oh! Alright, so this is the fire. Alright, no, let's try the dessert one. Because I'm already on a roll with eggs, and if I can do this egg again, then... damn it. I wanted to do excellent with that one. Can I do it again? Do I have the ingredients to do it again? Yes, I do have the ingredients to do it again. Alright, we're doing it again.
Sorry.
Ah, curse my himbo fingers. Well, we're not going to be able to do that again. But we can do this one. Has an idea for a new dish. All right, so this one is the... all right. Ah! Too much.
Sorry.
Okay. I used to be really good. I used to be able to just go like, whoop, bam. All right, let's try this again. One. Too little. Damn it.
Sorry.
No F's in the chat. I'm gonna get this. Just you wait. I'm gonna get this. I'm just gonna take a little... oh!
Sorry.
One last time. I used to be good. Like, I remember when we first got into this, I was like, oh man, this is easy. Yes!
All right.
Fucking W's in the chat now. We did it. We made a filet mignon poulet. We made a filet mignon. Alrighty, and now we make this one. Watch as this one goes to be like 4 tries. Damn it.
Yes. How's that?
That one's good, but I wanted to do like excellent. Sea bass. All right, let's try it again. We're gonna do a good one. Ah!
Yes! How's that?
I'm hitting too soon. I need to like... Yep. Finland. Alright, one last go. Yes!
All right!
Excellent! That only took me 3 times. 3 times. Hands are difficult sometimes. Alright. And then, yeah, cool. Leave the bistro. Yes. Aqua must have a heart of steel to go more than 10 years without a friend. I hope we can reunite her with Ventus and Terra soon. Ouch. 10 years without friends. Hit the save on this one. Alright, and I could go to the
First,
whole
we
map.
need to find the others.
Yep.
Let's go!
Let's go. Oh, chest. Cosmic Belt. Ooh, I think that's actually... Cosmic Belt plus... Royal... I don't have enough room for anything else. Oh, but, Goofy might like these. Change it from Firaga to Cosmic. That gives it a higher defense. Lesser thingy-madiggy, but, you know, it is what it is. Here we go. I'm amazed there isn't a mention about a lucky emblem or anything like that. Also, hang on. Cuisine. Alright. Lobster mousse, crab brochet, sea, Finlay. This should be good. And we'll get like a full course bonus for doing this as well. So we get +3 strength, +2 magic, +3 defense. Our magic HP increases by 36, and our max MP increases by 31. While recharging MP, increase your strength by 1 and continue combos endlessly. Hell yeah. Alright. Excellent.
Is everybody okay?
Absolutely. No problemos.
Come on, let's go.
Terra. And is he controlled, or is this his like undying like will or whatever?
Terra, we found you.
This might be a trick.
Terra, please say you're in there.
What gives, Aqua?
I know.
Oh, I just realized they're all blue-eyed.
Huh?
Now let our friend go.
Terra Xehanort. Goofy ready to throw hands.
Today is the day you all lose.
What?
I don't believe
Before you
you.
even face the 13, every last one of you will be torn heart from body. But fear not. The Keyblade will still be forged.
Keyblade! Fucking finally.
We're not gonna lose to you.
Omae wo shinderu. Is he looking to separate them again or something?
Ven!
That's it!
I'm still using the deputy. get your Keyblade out. Oh, you are such an idiot. We have fucking Keyblades. Block. God damn, Goofy just coming in fucking clutch.
No!
Quickly is all this happening.
No!
That is impressive. For like 8 games, we never got to see a fucking Zeta flare go off, and now we finally do. Is it gonna be an actual, like, you know, proper Zeta flare, or is he gonna just, you know, chuckle and be like, oh, if only you were more powerful? Oh, please don't tell me it's one of those, like, fucking you die when you use the Zeta.
Then...
F's in the chat for Donald. Axel's out, Ven's out, Donald's out.
Huh?
And let's take a wild guess. Terra Nort is still alive, isn't he? Nope, never mind. It's just, you know, a shit ton of Heartless.
Pull it together, Sora. We haven't lost them. They still have their hearts. But we have to protect them.
Right.
We stand together. Mickey, Kairi, Goofy, watch the others.
Can I still play as Sora, please?
No, we should all get to safety while we still can.
It's too late for that.
Excuse me. Fucking tornado. Not good. I feel like I have the incorrect Keyblade for, because I have favorite deputy out and everyone has like this weird hardcore like classic Keyblade. I should have like gotten the normal Kingdom Hearts key.
Aqua!
What is she like? Oh, never mind. What year was this released again? Like, are they doing a fucking like Avengers Infinity War thing where they're trying to like be like, oh no, everyone is dying? 2017. All right, when did Infinity War come out? 2018. Ah, okay. Kingdom Hearts did it first.
Kairi, Donald, Goofy, the king.
Meanwhile, Kingdom Hearts 3 came out in 2019. Never mind. Okay, so technically, okay, so unfortunately, Kingdom Hearts is not first. Avengers came out in 2018. Kingdom Hearts 3 came out in 2019.
They gave me all of it. Alone, I'm worthless. We've lost. It's over.
Just a little depresso boyo.
Sora, you don't believe that.
Yes, he does.
I know you don't.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just an itty little bit. Just an itty little bit. That's cool. Like, just fucking shoving it in there like that. And so, as foretold, darkness prevailed and light expired. Oh, that's fucking bullshit. That doesn't sound right at all. Oh, we're back here. I completely forgot that there was like a fucking chess match going off between.
And so darkness prevails.
Darkness.
And light expires. You need a new strategy.
My move, isn't it?
Huh?
Can you do that? What fucking game is this?
Come on. That's not fair. I know I had you.
Yes, you nearly did. But a game's no fun if you know where it's going.
What?
There's more to light than meets the eye. I told you.
You better not be like actually cheating in chess and making a king move. Oh my fucking god. This is definitely not chess.
Sunlight comes from the past.
What fucking, like, anime bullshit is this? Oh, we're back in the fucking, this is the Attack on Titan plane, you know, where Eren decided that, you know what, genocide sounds like a good idea. Fun fact, people, if your protagonist decides to use genocide as a solution, they're not a protagonist. They're an antagonist. You should not be looking at a person that wants to use genocide as a solution and say, this guy gets it. Fucking abolish them. The absolute gall of Eren just thinking, oh, you know what sounds good? Genocide. And if it doesn't, I know my friends will stop me. It's like, no, just don't have genocide, full stop.
Where am I?
Don't even use genocide as like a false flag operation to be like, oh, if one person is starting a genocide, then everyone will band together. It's like, no, that's not how you want to go, because clearly other people wanted genocide in this regard. You're trying not to have genocide happen. The fuck is this place? This better not be like the chessboard, you know, conceptualized. I'm sorry, what is with this fucking, like, Arial font? The final world. I'll take a drink for that one. Alright, well, I got the normal Keyblade instead of any special one.
Can't stay away now, can you?
Oh, Yuffie. The fuck is going on? Oh, it's the,
And this is the final world.
It's a Dream Eater.
Sora. What's the final world?
There's nothing else beyond this. You've wandered here more than once before on your visits to the Station of Awakening, but I let that slide.
I'm sorry,
the
what?
edges of sleep and death touch, and one can't help the occasional crossover.
Wait, death?
Yes. The natural end for those whose hearts and bodies perish together. but some persist and arrive here.
My heart and body perished? Does that mean...
Something is holding you here, refusing to let you go. You're hanging by a thread.
What about my friends?
Yes, I remember back cover. It's a fucking mobile game. I remember, like, some weird, like, fucking, you know, there was 5 factions or some shit, and a 6th apprentice or something, and, like, the leader, like, goes away and had a book of the future, and, you know, he purposely, like, ripped out the pages for out of most of the people's books, but told one of the 5 who stayed. Meanwhile, the 6th person had to take a box or something, and he took the Keyblade that sees everything or something, because the Book of the Future was based off of the events that the Keyblade saw, and because the things in the events were written down in the book was evidence that the Keyblade existed in the future, and then there was a Keyblade. Like, I'm gonna be real with you right now, okay? All this, what we're having right now, this is reminding me of fucking the Stargazer child in Mass Effect 3. If you look hard enough in Mass Effect 1 and 2, you will see evidence of, oh, there's like a weird star-like-gazed, whatsamahoozy, child or something that some Volus like said that he saw on this planet or such. Like, if you really dig down, maybe you'll see reference to the Stargazer. But I feel like this is gonna start on some real dumb Mass Effect 3, take your pick kind of bullshit leaps in logic to get to a nice, clean conclusion. A real Deus Ex Machina bullshit.
I'm afraid that no one else arrived with you.
And she sounds very much
And
like
if
she's
they're
from
not
Digimon.
here, they're either gone forever, or they're clinging to the world you came from.
I'm going back!
Whoa! How exactly? You can't just wander out like your other visits.
What?
I told you. The other times you came here by your own choice. This time is very different. To become your old self again and return to the real world, you'll have to piece yourself back together in this world first.
Ah! Why am I in pieces?
What? No, not literally, of course. You're conceptually in pieces. On the inside, who knows? But on the outside, you're just fine.
Oh, okay. You kind of freaked me out there.
Oh, boy. Usually, only a heart can reach the final world. But since you've clearly managed to retain some kind of form, that can only mean your body was cast into this world as well.
Okay, so then if I can find my body, that means I'll be able to go back?
Precisely. But there's a lot of you to find. You're going to be busy.
Oh my god. Okay. Gather the phantoms to piece Sora together.
Pieces of me.
I had thought those words would make me happy, but it was sorrow that clouded. I had shared all I know, my every technique. What more did he seek from me? I never heard the answer. Time passed on, and here we are. But now, since we've parted, I think I understand. He wanted the same thing I did. This wasn't just about a test passing on knowledge, it was a communion, a connection of hearts. Like, am I supposed to be able to grab him?
Sora?
Yes?
Namine?
It's me, Namine.
Called it!
Namine?
I'm so glad that you managed to hold on to who you are.
It's a bit weird, I will be real with you.
I was in Kairi's heart, but then we were struck by a powerful darkness. And I woke up here.
And Kairi?
I can feel her heart. She's fighting with all her strength to keep you from fading away.
So the reason I retained my form in this place...
It's because she's holding you together. Go to her
I'm trying, but what about you? I can't just leave you stuck here.
It's okay. Really. Kyrie is where I came from. So once she's safe again, Kyrie is where I'll return.
Naminé, I know that I'm supposed to thank you. The datascape doesn't count. I need to say the words myself. But not like this. You and Roxas can't tell me you're okay with this. I know how much you're hurting. I felt that pain through Roxas.
He's the one they all miss. It's not me.
Wrong. What about me? Kyrie, Donald, Goofy, the King. Roxas too, he misses you.
It would be
And
nice to
someone else special
get
I
Goofy
know
again.
won't let you down.
Sora, thank you.
Well, then I'm gonna go save Kyrie, so at least you'll be free of this place. Okay?
Oh, wait.
Huh?
While sifting through memories, I spoke to Terra, the Keyblade wielder you've been looking for.
Where is
He has
he?
a strong will, and it keeps him tethered to the realm of light. I'll try tracing that connection. Maybe that'll be enough to tip the scales in the other direction.
Huh?
Let's just say I've got your back.
That part of you?
I
It
hope.
reminds me of Kyrie. Thanks, Naminé. Oh! That's not the official thank you. Well, see ya.
Be careful.
I will try. Alrighty. Wait, is this a different heart? Which heart is this?
Hello?
Good day.
Oh, cool! You can talk!
It's Naminé again.
You look like a person. How is it that you retain your appearance? Are you special?
Oh no, this is Scion.
I'm a little hazy on the details.
This is Scion, I'm pretty sure.
So, whose heart are you?
No one's anymore. They took away my name. Everything about me.
No way! They couldn't have taken away your heart.
Only
Yeah, I
because
feel
it
like they
plans for
can.
another.
Yeah? Someone's coming for you?
I cannot be certain. He's been changed beyond recognition. His heart replaced with another's. But were he to regain his old self again, he would be distressed by my absence. So I choose to wait here, where he can find me.
Oh. Good. You have to believe.
Believe?
Believe.
You mean know in my heart he will return? Without any proof?
Exactly. Believe. I thought it was all over for me, but a friend of mine looked me in the eye and said, "You don't believe that." So, who did this to you? Heartless steal hearts. So, a nobody?
Most likely.
Somebody.
Really? Well.
Oh wait, no,
I
hang
wish I
on.
could
This is
help.
that
But
was
my situation
Riku
is
when
no
he was
better.
a spy or something.
You must see to the tasks before you first.
The tasks before me? There's so many.
All the more reason for you to make an effort.
Yeah, you're right. I just wish I knew what to do.
Here you are on the brink, and yet you hold on to who you are. You possess a strong sense of purpose, and in that purpose you will find direction.
Thank you. I'm really glad we met. You cheer me up. I hope that friend of yours finds you soon.
Thank you. Me too.
Oh, hey. If I see him, I'll tell him that you're here. What's his name? Huh?
They're talking about Roxas, aren't they? I hope there's a save or somewhere, because whoever said love and hate are two sides of the same coin is a liar. The second our eyes would meet, we were at each other's blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Okay, cool. Bumping words. None of this means anything. Defeated.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a head now. What the fuck is this? Finally, something other than like the infinite landscape of just the hydroplane. Alright, we're a little too high up. What is this?
What a weird place.
Gather the phantoms to piece his heart together. Okay. Okay.
I gotta put myself back together. There's no time to waste.
Oh my goodness. Yep, cool. Am I gonna have to like do it like across? Oh my god. There better not be only exactly 111, because otherwise that's gonna be painful to navigate. Yeah. Oh boy.
Whoa! What's going on? Yeah.
Oh boy. I made a mistake. That's not what I wanted. What is this fucking world? You make no sense. What is this bullshit? Oh my goodness. Alright, you're just walking around rocks.
almost there.
Ooh, boy. Pain. Oh my god. This better not be one of those cases where if I actually fall down, I just like lose everything. It better not be one of those. Oh boy. Oh boy. Sora, you need to get your consciousness in check. Cool. Look, telling me it's the final world does not explain to me this weird, like, fragmented nonsense. Oh, there's another thingy-majiggy. Alright, yep. To the return. Hopefully that means something.
Oh. Huh?
I see that you found them all.
Yup.
Then isn't it time that you left?
Oh, thanks.
What? I'm doing you a big favor here, you know. Don't push it.
Really now?
Chirthy, you still look like you, right? Would you like me to help you find your pieces?
Oh, I don't work like that.
Do you now?
So, like,
how do you work?
You're waiting for someone to rescue you?
If you were to get 333
sorta?
phantoms, your HP increases?
Well,
Not
tell me
interested.
who. I'll find them.
My health is fairly okay.
No. That's okay. He doesn't remember the past. Besides, I'm sure that he's much happier with his new friends. But I'll wait. He'll arrive here one day.
Okay.
They're talking about Sora, aren't they? Like, Sora in a
I'll
past
be back
life
to
or some
visit you.
bullshit.
What?
You and me are friends now.
Friend.
Really? I've missed having friends.
Well, see you around. And thanks.
Friend.
Huh?
Could I get a hint how to save the others?
Seriously? Are you a Keyblade wielder, or aren't you? Haven't you already learned how to restore someone's heart after it's been lost?
Restore their
not
hearts.
exactly.
Is that the same thing as the power of waking?
I'm not sure, but give it a shot.
No. This'll take all my heart. Okay.
Magic. Magic goopy nonsense as we now break out of the final world.
Look
Despite all the fact that there was
in the
so much like indication that it was to be the final world and there's nothing further beyond this.
May your heart be your guiding key.
Take a drink. That's another one. I'm just gonna drink the rest of this rum because there's like nothing left of it, and I really just want to finish this here. And actually, you know, hang on. I'm gonna pour the rest out, and then do the normal like thingamajiggy, just in case I get hit with another one of those. Oh, there's another like 3 thingamajiggies that's happening.
That. I know you don't.
Oh my goodness, have we just like come back at the perfect opportunity? I think we did come back at the perfect opportunity. Amazing. Ah! Screaming. More screaming. What are we doing?
Riku!
Riku! Riku!
Riku! Answer me!
Riku! I want caffeine too.
This is Herc's world. Is Riku here?
Wait, are we just gonna like explore the different worlds now? Or is this gonna be like a weird, like we're now gone all the way back to the beginning and now we're like having to go to like, you know, each world one at a time again?
Gee, I'm here.
Oh, hi, Jiminy.
Jiminy, you're okay.
Well, okay might be a stretch, but what are we waiting for? We need to find the others.
Right.
We must hurry. Damn it. Give me a save thingy-majiggy. Oh, thank Christ, there's a save thingy-majiggy. Also, there's a shop. Workshop. Synthesis items left behind. Collector's goal. We got the Withering Gem added to the shop. The Moogle wants pictures of Sora's teammates. They want a picture of the Demon Tower. They want a picture of the waterfall in Port Royal. I do not know where to go for the rest of... I should have been taking pictures of Sora's teammates as I went along. Alright, so we need to pick up more Lucid Gems, more Soothing Gems. And then we need to go Lightning Gems, Frost, Blazing. We have not picked up every kind of Withering Gem just yet. But once we get, I think, a Withering Gem, then we should be good. Hi there, Leon! Welcome to the stream! I've been at this for a little while, I will admit. Synthesize items. So we can do all those kinds of thingamadoogs. Mithril. Is it because we haven't done a Withering Crystal? Is that why? There we go. And then knowing our luck, they're gonna be like, yay, congrats. I am doing relatively okay. I am right now, you know, going through More of this. Alright, so... Can't do anything with Lucid. I kind of want to upgrade that to max, but I really don't want to waste my materials. Do the workshop thing. New items to synthesize. Hungry gem. Alright, did that do it? Hey, it did! Alright, so we can do... Save the queen. Save the king. And then the Ultima weapon, which requires 3 more Orichalcum pluses, 2 Wellsprings, and 2 Lucids. Easy enough. It's not impossible. You just woke up. Amazing. Alright. Save. I can't go back to the title screen, so I'm basically like stuck going through here. Where do they want us going? Oh, that's Riku. Is it Riku? Yes, that is Riku.
Riku!
Riku! Nope, that's his heart. And I don't know what the fuck that is. Who the fuck is that supposed to be? Go after the Heartless that took Riku's heart. Yep, absolute. Meow.
Hurry, Sora! We can't let him get away!
Yeah, just give me a few. I'm getting some things.
Back off! Yeah, so long!
Riku can handle himself.
We gotta go after the one in charge.
I still want to go with the small fry. Get some hits in.
It's over.
There we go.
We'll never stop them all. Leave them, Sora. We gotta keep going.
Yeah! Yeah!
It's always worth doing like a few hits in.
There!
Hurry, Sora! We can't let him get away!
There isn't any indicator that I have to get to him before a certain point, so calm down.
Yeah! It's over! Yeah!
Forget the small fry. We gotta go after the one in charge.
Now, there we go.
We'll never stop them all. Leave them, Sora. We gotta keep going.
The point isn't stopping them all. The point is getting getting like resources from some of these. There's always a worthwhile reason.
It's over!
Especially against like the Neo variants here that can give me the gems.
Let him get away!
So long!
He's right there. He's not going away. If he starts moving, then I'll start, you know, changing my mind. But as far as I know, he's still there.
Faster!
Forget the small fry. We gotta go after the one in charge.
Come on!
Dun, 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 dun. There we go. A new record.
Stop them all. Leave them, Sora. We gotta keep going.
Here we go!
Yep. This is a common grinding spot for max level. Good to know. Because they just keep coming. So if you have like the form thingy-majiggies going off, it's like, one, these are relatively easy enemies that don't have any like, you know, type advantages.
Let him get away!
And two, it's like, yeah, you get resources.
Yeah. See ya.
Because I want gems. Oh, would you look at that? Maximum AP.
It's over.
Alright, so he moved again. So we gotta go into this thingy-majiggy. Here's some funny news. You got an unexpected 3-week vacation. Awesome! Hopefully you know, there's not a huge sacrifice for having a 3-week vacation, though. Hopefully it's like a legitimate 3-week vacation and not a, oh, hey, in 3 weeks you're gonna, like, you know, not have everything you need.
Faster! Yeah!
Whee!
Here we go.
There we go. This is just good. Did it. The snow and rainstorm. Ah, okay. That's the 3-week vacation reason.
wait!
That's good. We gotta save Riku.
There's no need to worry, Sora. He'll return to the place he fell, like you did. We gotta focus on rescuing the others.
Okay.
That scoundrel must have fled into one of those pools of shadow that are down below us.
Oh, okay, so there's like...
Well, I think they might be portals to other worlds.
Okay.
Alright.
Maybe that's where we'll find the others.
If we hurry.
Aim for a portal of darkness. Okay, so there should be another one here. That's another portal of darkness. You haven't worked in 2 weeks now this weekend, and you don't work, but you're getting cabin fever. If you're worried about cabin fever, amazingly enough, you might have a little bit of fun in trying out, like, a VR, like, system, like VR chat, or maybe even doing Tabletop Simulator in VR. There we go. There we go. Yes! You don't have a VR headset? Ah.
Hold still.
Exercise. If you, like, that will actually kind of help you out a little bit, because the last thing you want to do is not have your body, you know, performing any actions, either mentally speaking or physically speaking. You preferably want to try and have a mixture of both. Even, like, body weight exercises will, you know, be a much better thing to do than to just, you know, try and sleep off, like, all the extra time. You have to, like, try and give yourself things to do. Like, give yourself a schedule of a mixture of things that are, you know, kind of a requirement.
Aim for the ones wrapped in shadows.
Yep, this one. That one's wrapped in shadows, I'm pretty sure. Hmm. Alright, so now we're in the Frozen universe.
So long. Fire! Try this.
go.
Yeah, it's over.
Just big hammer time. Did it once again.
Enough.
Oh wait, I can change my equipment. No, abilities is what I want to change. All right, so it's not the payback strike. Let's have a look. Second chance. Always if you are hit while you have 2 or more. Yep. Increases the damage dealt in proportion to the length of the combo, which I cannot increase. Not unless I change some things. Do I have any items that can help me? No. And I don't really have any equipment that will do a big bonus in. I still need the lucky ring for lucky strikes. The master ring gives me a huge amount of AP. Technician. All right, so this one is giving me 3, 3, and 16. Technician can give me 24. Yeah, no, that's my best one. Check my abilities again. Ow! Furry. Yeah, I'm still going through this shit. Don't you worry. Alright, Magic Galvanizer. There we go. And that still gives me 5 points left, which I can put into Payback Slide. Hell yeah. Alrighty. Quickly save that, since I did some manipulations around. Ding. Dun.
We ought to search every portal the shadows control.
Yep, that one's the Monster University. Alrighty. Ding. Damn it.
Here we go.
That should be enough to get him either dead or close. Damn it.
Back off. Here we go.
Here we go now. Monsters Inc. Well, the universe. It's like it's the monster world.
Back off. Here we go.
Here we go now.
It's over.
There we are. Gotcha. Hey! I only needed to go through that many hearts. Or, not, never mind.
Stop that.
A little annoying that you do that, but sure, let's keep going. No! Okay, at least it's only the finisher and not like the special I did earlier. Alright, click this.
We ought to search every portal the shadows control.
Alright, that's another portal. Don't worry about me. You got a lot of ideas you can do for cabin fever. Alright. Don't feel... So yeah. Strike a balance, though. Don't feel like you can do only one thing forever for like 3 weeks, though. But hopefully you should do... I reckon you'll be good. I reckon you'll do alright.
Yeah. Got him. Back off. Back at you.
Like, you know, focus on the boss instead of all the plebeians. There we go. Oh, he still gets, like, health at the wazoo. Yes!
Hey!
Where's the... There it is. Because that helps it get to full through there.
Let's try another portal. Aim for the ones wrapped in shadows.
Yeah, I know to go for the ones that are wrapped in shadows. I'm going for the ones wrapped in shadows. Absolute perfect. You know exactly what I'm doing. Aha!
Yeah! Take this! Yeah! Back off! Yeah! There! Here we go!
Alright, that should hopefully get him out of the way. Yep, gets him out of the way one more time. Is that it? Is that all of it?
Hey, stop!
Save this one last time just to make sure. 39 hours. Jesus, I've put 39 hours into this game. Not all of it was on stream, might I add. I did do offline grinds and what have you, but...
That's the last one. He must be hiding in there.
Yep. Meow. Wow, I almost missed that one. That would have been really tragic if I didn't. Alright. Last one.
So long!
Damn it, I need to not focus on the enemies here.
Here we go.
There, alright, and then... I'm the only one in the Splash Mountain. Oh, that's a little depressing. Hopefully that was... Nope, it wasn't.
Back at you.
Could you, like, you know, calm the F down? There we go. That's what we go for. And that frees the heart and should hopefully be all that needs to be done.
Well, Sora, I'd say we've been to every world that we can visit.
But we're one short. Where's Kyrie's heart?
Gee, I wish I knew.
Ah, it's Xehanort again. This time the young one.
You!
Hmm?
All that gallivanting through the sleeping worlds, and yet you learned nothing.
What?
Dream by dream. You nearly buried yourself in the dark of sleep, and now you're at it again. The Lich you've been fighting, it's not like other Heartless. It exists to usher hearts down to the depths of darkness.
Darkness!
If you chase it, you will condemn your heart to that same abyss.
You're wrong. My heart is strong.
What do you think the power of waking is? It's for traversing hearts to reach worlds. Not for traversing worlds to reach hearts. There's a high price to pay for wielding such power foolishly.
You don't
So
make
what?
sense some days.
You're worried about me now?
No. There's no saving you.
Huh.
You've paid the price, and it lies at the bottom of the abyss.
Wait!
Oh, Sora.
Oh.
Hurry, Sora! The way to the Keyblade Graveyard is open! Chipper and I found a new path!
That would be good.
Of course! That's the one place we haven't checked yet.
Off we go!
Sora.
Kyrie!
Hi. I don't know why you're there.
I found you!
You see? I had no doubts that you'd pull through.
The light in the darkness. It was you. You're the one who kept me from fading away.
All I did was believe that you wouldn't.
I feel strong with you, Kyrie.
The others are ahead. Come on. I told you, Sora. You're safe with me.
Oh. Yeah. Whoa. Oh.
You okay?
Oh. Yeah. Thanks, Kyrie. Oh.
Excellent. We got everyone
Good
back.
work.
Of course.
Now point us back at those guys.
Right.
It would have been a lot cooler, like, title sequence. Keyblade Graveyard.
Let's go after them.
Woo! We got a trophy called No Matter What. Let me get to the save thingy-majiggy, because we got all of our... Ooh, actually, that reminds me.
Let's see.
Wait, I need a minute.
Gonna take pictures of the different companions. I'm probably gonna do the companion picture thingy-majiggy, like, off-stream, like, tomorrow afternoon or something, if I don't get distracted by any other kind of games. Alright, save here. Because there's so much I need to look for. I need to find lucky emblems. I need to figure out what I need to do to make, you know, the Ultima Blade. Alright, hang on. Click here. Alright. Ding. Go back to chat. And I'm going to put that into rest mode. Where is the music? I need music. Sure, let's go with this music. Also, I just realized why the music is so loud is because it was at 100% rather than just sitting at the 50% like I normally prefer it to be at. My goodness, I was at that for a while. It's 11 p.m. God damn. I'm gonna drink the rest of this because, like, I'm out of rum, and I'm out of Captain Morgan, so the next time I do Kingdom Hearts, it's probably gonna be, like, a Jack Daniels or... Actually, I think I have a Tennessee honey. Yeah. Alrighty. Before you all leave, I think we're gonna go on a raid. And I know... Hang on a second. I know exactly who we're gonna go and raid into. I haven't raided into them in a long time. And I would very much like to raid into Ryder the Sausage. If they are a cute, like, you know, otter doing cute things, and it looks like they're playing Paper Mario. He promises he's going to be good. I do not believe them. All right. So, we're going to get ready to raid. If you need the raid message, here you go. All right. I will be back online tomorrow evening. We're going to be going through more Final Fantasy XIV and go through a little more of the main storyline. If Iraq or Savage come on, then there's probably going to be a little bit of dungeon as well, if there isn't too many dungeons going off because of, you know, because they said the story would take a while. But otherwise, so that'll be for Saturday. Sunday will be a morning stream. I shouldn't be in, like, any terrible mood or something like that for Sunday morning. I'll put that down for, like, you know, 10 a.m. though, rather than 9 a.m. because 9 a.m. just feels, like, very icky. Other than that, I just want to say thank you for everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. And I hope you all join with me as we go raid into Ryder the Sausage in the next few minutes. Bye for now.